ITV. ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Good afternoon and welcome to another exciting edition of Itches and Voices. I'm your host for today, Rebecca Mamedu, and as always, Itches and Voices is brought to you by NABVID, Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability. And our sign language interpreter today is Cynthia Godwin-Aya, who will be doing justice to our hearing impaired community. So over the years, NABVID has been advocating for the Disability community, and one aspect that you've focused on over the years is education. As we all know, education is a leveler for everybody, including persons with disability. And our guest for today is the program officer of NABVID, Mr. Nobu Israel. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much, Becky. I'm glad to be here, and I want to greet every of our listeners at home, and I want to say thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome. And so we'll be diving right into the conversation. On the topic of inclusive education, most of the time when we hear inclusive education, I think it's more than just bringing students with disabilities into the classroom. So what would you say inclusive education mean beyond all of that?
Thank you so much. Inclusive education is a concept where every person, whether you are physically challenged, hearing impaired, visually impaired, whatever the form of disability you have, you can learn, all right, in the regular learning environment. That is inclusive education. Currently, what we see most times is what we call special education, where we create special schools, special teachers for special needs children, all right? But in the real sense, inclusive education means that we make education, including learning, curriculum, teaching methods, even down to the environment, okay? Physical infrastructure. We make all of those things in a way where persons with disabilities can come in and thrive. They can learn, all right? Looking at their needs, looking at their special condition, they can have that environment where they can learn. And the learning provides for them the need to feel included. All right, not excluded. You know, when you have special education and they are just separate, you know, it makes them feel, oh, we are different, right? So the essence of inclusive education is inclusion, that they are part of us, all right? They are learning from us. We are learning from them, so we are together. So there's no difference. All right, so that's the context, that's what inclusive education is.
So when you talk about them being included, are you trying to say we should include kids with special needs to the regular school, or that is like maybe a special school but they are included in those special schools?
Again, like I earlier mentioned, inclusive education concepts is about learning in the same environment as well as other children without any special learning needs. That is the idea. All right. I think most of the times you go to some tertiary institutions, all right, though we are not there yet, but they practice a form of inclusive education, even though it's not fully inclusive in terms of some of the metrics that define inclusive education. But you see them learning with their other counterparts in the same classroom. All right. So making the environment in a way that whether you have physical needs, you can learn in the same environment as someone who does not have any physical needs. That is the idea when we talk about inclusive education. So it is about removing the barriers that stops person with special needs or disability from learning in a regular environment. You remove those barriers. So when you take away those barriers, then you have inclusive education.
Okay, that's powerful. And you made mention of some of the barriers. Before we go into how these barriers can be limited, can you throw a little light into what some of these barriers are that kids or students with special needs encounter in maybe going to school and their education generally?
Okay. The first I want to mention, which I said earlier, is the case of physical barrier. Yes, physical barrier. It's very important, though it may sound, but it's very important. Physical barrier. For example, someone who is on a wheelchair wants to access a classroom, and the classroom is upstairs, and there is no elevator. That already is a limitation, is a challenge. Are you going to keep carrying that child every day on the wheelchair through the staircase? All right, so inclusive education says that that barrier, first of all, must be dealt with. That physical barrier should be dealt with so that the child can have easy access to the classroom without needing extra aid, that makes them feel less of themselves. When you're carrying someone, it demoralizes them. Yes. So that, first of all, needs to be dealt with. Then secondly, we will talk about barrier. We're talking about also the case of learning barrier. For example, the teacher must understand that, if I have a child with special needs in my class, I can't teach every of them in the same pace. So that's where special education training comes in, where the teacher is trained on how to carry each of the children, irrespective of their learning needs or gaps, carry them along to ensure that that gap is bridged. All right, even down to the curriculum adjustments, down to I think there was a particular case where a child, for example, who is autistic, can demand, or his condition demands necessary what we call sensory breaks, because you can't teach a child, for example, for 5 hours straight and expect an autistic child who is also in that same class to also learn for 5 hours straight. You see, so a teacher who understands that, it's time for this child to have sensory break where his mind can be relaxed to be able to continue learning. So that is very important. So these are some of the barriers we're talking about. Then, of course, issues of policy implementation is also an issue. And, of course, one of the important barriers also is funding, because you can't have inclusive education without proper funding, because you need to upgrade a lot of infrastructure, curriculum review, training, capacity building. So a lot of things are involved. But, like I said, if we are able to remove these barriers, of course, we will have inclusive education.
Yeah, in what you were saying, I think you answered what I was going to ask next about infrastructure, and when you made mention of funding. I think that would help these infrastructures to come in place, because in facilities, schools cannot by themselves put these facilities into place. So, and you made mention of something else that stood out for me about special trainings for teachers. Like a child who is autistic, a teacher might not know, a regular teacher, I don't know if that's the right word, you might not know that an autistic child needs a sensory break, you called it. So I want to ask this question. Do you think that teachers are adequately equipped for children with disabilities in our society in Nigeria?
Okay, I will use Edo State as a context. As an organization, NAVID developed in 2022 a document called Distress, that is disability inclusive, or disability centered. Yes, disability-centered inclusive education roadmap for Edo State from 2022 to 2032. That's a 10-year roadmap, all right? And one of the gaps that was identified in that research document is the fact that we don't have enough special education teachers, and also those who are currently there needs to undergo regular training, because education is evolving.
True.
There are more technological driven means now of teaching or training a child. So you see that in terms of if they have been trained or is adequate. I will not say, okay, I think from that document, if I'm referring to that document, it is not adequate actually. We even need more education teachers, more special education teachers, all right? Because even those who are there right now are probably understaffed or have not gone through some form of modernized training on inclusive education. You know, for example, you know that with the advent of technology now, we now have several assistive devices that aids learning in the classroom. But first of all, we're talking about barriers earlier. Do we even have if we have those technologies, do we even have the power to power those infrastructure? Do we have the technical manpower to ensure that the teachers and the students can leverage on those technologies for learning? So it's cost cuts in any way, but the bottom line is the fact that currently in Edo State we don't have enough sign language not sign language now, we don't have enough special teachers, yes, for the special schools that we currently have in Edo State. We don't have enough. We need more special teachers, and at the same time to call for more training for them, because we don't want a case where persons with disabilities who are in need of their services are, you know, kept behind. And also even if we think that special education should even be something that every teacher should go through basic learning, basic training for. Yes. Because like you mentioned, if you are not exposed to special education, you may feel, oh, they are special. That's why if you see the word when we're talking about inclusive education, is like it's a separate thing. You know, it's supposed to be all encompassing. It's supposed to be infused into the educational system of the society or of Edo State, where the teacher does not see special education as, oh, it's for persons with disabilities. Yes, and all right. So we are not for persons with disabilities, and then you see a parent take a child to a school and the child is rejected, which also now creates another barrier, which is the social stigma. And say, no, your child cannot learn in my class because your child has a disability. Because the teacher actually feels helpless. It's not her fault because she doesn't know how to manage or handle that child. So it's important that we look at our educational framework and beginning to make special education or inclusive education the focus. Every teacher should go or undergo a basic course on special education, on inclusive education, so that when you eventually have a child who's autistic or a child who have Down syndrome or a child who has physical disability or hearing impaired, you know how to manage them, how to handle them. That is the focus of inclusive education, where we remove is about removing barriers, social barrier, physical barrier, whatever form of barrier that limits learning of a child with disability. That is the goal.
I was, immediately when you said it, I had to concur, because that was exactly what was in my mind, how it would be very important if you can integrate special education into the regular education in university. It can be a course, maybe a particular year, you do research on it and learn more. I think it can help cover the gap that we have currently in special schools, especially for the teacher. So can you throw more light into, I think you called it distress research. Was it a research that NAVID conducted? Can you tell us more about that?
All right. I think in 2022, NAVID, in partnership with the Edo State's Ministry of Education, and of course the Edo State SUBEB, we were able to conduct that research. It was a research, and the research was majorly identifying gaps currently in Edo State's special education sector, and at the same time proposing a roadmap. A roadmap is like a strategy to achieve inclusion in the next 10 years. All right, and like I mentioned, that document is very handy, and I believe that I want to see opportunity to also call again on the Ministry of Education and of course the SUBEB, Edo State SUBEB, so that they can look again at that document. Because for me, I feel special education in Edo State is almost like as a standstill. Nothing much is happening in that regard, in that sector. There's no new investment in that regard. There's no new support going in that direction. And we believe that through that document, it can provide that needed support to call for partners, how they can advance special and inclusive education in Edo State. So what we are looking at is the fact that that document in itself is a working document. It is still operational, at least from 2022, like I mentioned, till 2032. All right, so, and if you look at that document, it went as far as speaking to physical infrastructure, it went as far as speaking to capacity building for teachers, even down to curriculum review, talking about funding and all of that. I know some time back there used to be disability special education desk at the Ministry of Education. I don't know if that is still existing right now. I'm not sure there's even a department for it. All right, but it is like I'm using this as an avenue to call for the Edo State government, especially through the state's Universal Education Board, SUBEB, so that they can begin to look at special education as a critical component of learning. You know, also, we also look at in that document that we also identified that one of the gaps we also saw is that most of the special schools that are in existence right now are concentrated in the urban centers. All right, so those who are coming from some interiors or part of the state cannot access special education. We're not talking about inclusive education now, but you see that we have more schools compared to special schools. So if we now say the goal is to achieve inclusive education, it means the focus will now be transforming those regular schools to be more accommodating for special needs children, so that we will not be looking at building more special schools. We'll be thinking of upgrading the current existing schools to fit in, to accommodate special needs children. You see the logic. So I find that that's what the document was actually proposing in the long-term period of the 10 years. So that's what the document is about. It's about calling on stakeholders, especially the Edo State government, through the Ministry of Education and of course the State's Universal Basic Education Board, to look at special education as a critical sector. Like you mentioned earlier in your introductory speech, you said that special education is a leveler. Education itself is a leveler for persons with disabilities, because on a normal day, persons with disabilities go through challenges, learning, mobility, you know, even not economic, a lot of things. But if you want to empower them, is according to, if I'm quoting Melody Omosana, that's the director of NAVID, he will always use a word that for persons with disabilities, education is a leveler, and at the same time, too, education for persons with disabilities is giving them the empowerment, the capacity to contribute to the proverbial national cake than just be spectators or giving them handouts. So we are now going to be moving from not just say, we're just going to be handing out what we feel is good for them, but giving that opportunity to try, that to grow, to contribute, because they've been exposed to learning. So, but they are visually impaired. How can they see? They have assistive devices that enables them to learn. How can they move to and fro? Don't worry about that. Just provide the environment. You understand? Yes. They are not helpless. Persons with disabilities are not helpless. They have capacity. They have capacities in them. They have mental capacity. Even someone who may have what's it called, mental or intellectual disability, have some level of capacity to learn. Yeah. So, but all we need to do is to provide the environment for them, for where they can learn and grow, be inspired to achieve that innate capacity God has put in them.
Yes, I think in a closed word, it's just saying that we should move beyond charity. Because a lot of times, most people want to reduce persons with disabilities to just giving alms, charity, and looking like they cannot by themselves be a part of society and give to society. I want to take you back to something you said. You made mention of the curriculum being a part of the distress document. Can you throw more light? Are you saying that it should be like a different curriculum for special schools, for students with disability, like completely different from other students?
Okay, I will not say that. If we are saying that, it means we are taking ourselves back again to special education and separating ourselves from inclusive education, which is the focus. Yes. All right. Inclusive education is a miss, where when you are designing curriculum, you factor in the learning pace, the learning needs of special children. When I mean children with disabilities. All right, you factor it in. The same way, to also mention the fact that even the training of teachers, there should be a component for inclusive education, so that same curriculum that is to train teachers on a regular basis, there is a component for inclusive education in it, where they are learning to. So we are going to be passing this knowledge to. So how do we teach? Are we going to just rush the whole lesson because we want to meet up with time, or we are going to be mindful that there's someone who probably is a slow learner? And funny enough, do you know that when we were even in school, when I was in school, there are some of us in class who have slow learning capacity. Yes. I remember there was a time when I was in school, I don't want to mention the name of the school right now, but when I was in school, in secondary school, we were learning mathematics one day, and our teacher was teaching. And someone said, "Auntie, I'm not getting what you are saying." Teacher said, when you fail, you will get it. No, you can imagine that kind of statement.
Yeah.
When you fail, you will get it. So, but that's not all to do. If the teacher understand the concept of inclusive education, also that we are not all at the same learning pace.
Yes, that's true.
So right now, if you don't catch up, you fall behind. It should not be that way. Inclusive education says that no one should be left behind, gaps should be covered, and no one should be excluded in any way, in any form. So you provide for the one who is a fast learner, you also provide for the one who is a slow learner, so that they can all flow at the same level.
pace.
So that is the idea. So when we say curriculum revision, is the fact that whoever curriculum we are designing should be in a way that it can serve both persons with disabilities and, of course, those without learning or whatever form of disabilities.
Yeah.
That is the idea.
And from the story you mentioned, I think one disadvantage of disabilities that are not visible is that most of the time we do not actually know that there is a problem here. And I think a lot of there might be some students that have maybe mental or intellectual disability, and they might not just catch up as fast as other students. And at the end of the day, they might push them aside that school is not for them.
Thank you.
That's the word. School is not for you. So go learn a trade, go learn a business, removing the fact that education plays an important role in the life of everybody. And I think this is where assistive devices come in. Can you help us throw a little light into that? Because what are the assistive devices that is needed or that is being used in schools by students with disabilities?
All right. I'll give a story. There was a time we went for a program, myself and my executive director, to Abuja. On our way back, we had a judge with us who was flying back with us from Abuja to Benin. And then she saw Barrister Mele Damosa just operating his phone unaided. And she was like, how are you operating this phone without any aid? It was surprising. And then he told her, of course I can operate my phone with the aid of technology. There's a voice app called Siri that was in that phone that was describing everything he was doing on the phone. Now for learning, for visually impaired, they use braille machines, where they can read dotted lines on a paper and can read as fluent as you who is reading and looking at the paper or the text that have been typed on the paper. They can read as fluent. So if you want to give them a chance at learning, it means that braille is a very vital component for visually impaired learners. Then talking about those who are hearing impaired, why do we have a sign language interpreter right now in the studio? It's because at the time we saw that this program was not benefiting those with hearing impairment because we are communicating, yes, but they are not following. They are not understanding what we are saying because they can't hear us. So with the sign language interpreter, she can communicate what we are saying right now to them. So it means in a school where you have inclusive education, one of the major components they will have is sign language interpreters right there in the school. So that when someone with hearing impairment comes to your school, you will not drive them and say, we can't admit you because how are you going to be hearing what we are saying? Because you have a sign language interpreter provided in the school, maybe as a staff, you find that that child is already accommodated in that school. Then talking about other learning devices, we have recorders, we have tape recorders, we have braille laptops. All right, so there are a lot of devices right now that is, thank God, with the help of AI tools also, these things are evolving, all right, that helps them learn. One of these I want to say, there was a particular time, I think it was a particular movie I watched that really changed my mindset about inclusive education, about a child. I think the name of the movie should be like Stars on Earth. Maybe I think I'm very familiar with that movie because of the fact that at a point the child was relegated. The child was seen as unserious, but a special teacher who had undergone the same situation of that child was able to accommodate the child and brought the genius in the child. So that's about inclusive education. It means giving every child a chance to thrive, to learn, to grow, to become themselves who God has made them to be, irrespective of their disability.
Wow, see the way I'm smiling. All of this is just amazing. And actually, I think there are more like maybe hearing aids for persons with hearing impairment. I feel like technology has brought a lot of things that it is not even proper to say that a child should be denied the access to education, because there is technology, there are innovations, people are doing research every single day to better make all of this, better make education more accessible. Oh my goodness, it has been an amazing time in Italy, and I wish we could go on and on and on. So very quickly, if there is something, what is one word or one message you would like to leave with teachers, parents, advocates, or our audience that have been following this conversation all through since we started right now? Like, what is a word or a statement that you'd want to leave with them?
All right, for the government, I want to say this, that inclusive education should be the goal, not just to have something by the side called special education. Inclusive education should be the goal, is what is practiced everywhere in the world. Then secondly, to our teachers, please be more accommodative. Every child does not have the same learning speed, the same learning capacity. Be patient with the one who is a fast learner, at the same time, the same way you also accommodate those who are slow learners. Then also to our parents, please, your child with abilities, with disabilities is not incapacitated. All it needs is the right environment that will make him stay motivated to keep learning, to keep thriving, to not feel useless about himself. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isjo. It has been a very exciting session in the studio today. And I think we've learned a lot about from assistive technology to inclusiveness, and how at the end of the day it is not so difficult. The world is changing, the world is moving, and education being a leveler is what should be provided to every child, disability or not. And this is not the age where we keep a child with disability inside the house just because, okay, he shouldn't go to school, what would he amount to or thereabouts. Times have changed and things have been made available. And I would like to say, if you have a child with disability, NAMVID's office is at 34 Arosa Street off Sampomba Road. In case you want to visit us, you have any question to ask, we are always available to talk to you or to advise you on what you should or can do. Thank you very much for joining us today, and remember, spot a itch and be a voice. Thank you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Osalera
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Wabotao edonewa edonewa ire wabe nege kai wabi dani ho egebe se maya dugie ibota na okpe no gi sun na ya bo edo ade o gi sun na ya sie mokoko na ya sie egbe koko ara ire ba ota ne gbesori medo atoka mama enwa ni eni no kokwa aga webo na ya ga hemi na hia e bina ya inye o ibuta uta mai uta anyowa binu kise magmonwe binu ya nyikere ni ade bo mo ade uta no uta ni makiari la dare na ke yere no yino no zuma lele utedo eso we mi esi no eso we mi dano o ewe o keke no kuri owo boy yoto o ga bo nana mi ewe bi no do mana he eso be ya serio we ote befu odo eze nde we o ya wodo ni eme eso we o makeke kaka ona ze mana wona mulade na ya wi bude yo na domiki na he imi no keke iyi ma na ogun egun eme na okere ma gbe iyi ma an atu ni no pa yi ma eho usioma orewa iyi ma boke on watokbe meto mena owo munu na de na oye ile ohe pastor Kabari erima no we no mo munu we ugina ero wania ona zena we nigade nido imudi ane even ma gwa kamiri kataba oye we owa no kubo eku no ro wodo bi no do mana e okedi uto odomae okedo befu odomae ni mayi wa hon kike na ni anoyi mawe na mwe na lade na diai okeyiwe okona bowa oboyfune owa ni ara aye oye wa ni maye no mayi fun ya gbese ana mu na gwa lowo be okona ke lae ona do mi owa ni ebo eri amoye mi owa ni ebo ona ya ha modo we mi owa pa ni tawada boy na do lao odo na rigo na ya asa ana lawani ogbukpe ha gbukpe nebo ya sukpise ino do mana he wi go ni asa epo go kiyen ojo ori aduwa ni ho ni de yo to ho mi owu ara do duiko baka yi mo yi odo wi ma ri to yin ma ebo wa ala wo ma we agi mo yo wa na jina odo na we onya wa ni na mo yo wa ni ye o wa ya ye ma ya na we agi wa ta ma ya ye na gbode na temata o wa na nu we ye na obukhana no ri awa no gbana na gbube ba ya na so oni ri ma we pe me ade ni ke asa yo wa na owo kin ga asa na ni epo agba ya le lerere ni ana mi go ya asa ana we na mo ladia eso we ko ni ma we se eso we mo mana we na we gbe gun ayo wuru no zedo ejima ma won we retire na egbe ere wa mi igo ko ya bo wa ino mana ta modo emi dano emi esi no
emi dano go ri oto o mata moda fun ofu ometin bi oto ometin bo wa so pa ona ga ofu no ro gbodo go mana ta moda fun unyi me no gba boge ne mata opia o uta opia unwa o odo o osalobu anu pogeva ogofu opia odion ugbe yen ugbe ro gbodo we me go nu we kan ya ri to ugu tamoda fun uge ori kwe o mana kwe we ri uzo seyo we utama dogo na opia no kwiesi yo kian sugbe ya gun aluto
dona ga okpiesi hem
yo kian sugbe ya gun aluto yo kian mudia gugbe bo wa ni supa nu gbe ya ni uto nu ya bo wa be no da fon ma oga hon ege no didi ya hon o pe ani mana ku egui egbo tian gui e ko kian ri
wese
domosa
yare no tare unda do ya ekbita we okpe amenye ohugbe so pe na yen ise yin aji ege na no tene na na ladia meke wi no ta no bu makedo mo ladia me peti ugena oge ibota so we mu du yin odo lori ayuwa ma tagile no we odeso omo yin no wa yin yabo ameru wajire na miewe ona roge no baroge megibe nota serio ara de loka we okpana ya uje ma we ini ene bo wania otomera ile ya ga hune 100 by 100 no yerige anyanyo da asie osekoko ari kina na danyo wa danyo gbeso osiloho yena yetiewe yena de ana go kere ke ti odo ni we lare odo me yẹn ẹgbẹ́ òyìnbó náà yà sùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀nà ìbílẹ̀ ìlà ọwọ́ wa mímú náà rí nà wìnà sùpá gbèsò yà gbọ́zọ́lẹ̀ va gbèsò pẹ́ẹ́dẹ̀ àná yà mọ́kó yìí tẹ́ ọ̀gá àròdọ̀ ọ̀gá ìrè ọ̀hági yẹn gùn à nẹ́gẹ́ kàlùbí yà ó òkú náà wọ́n rí sẹ́gẹ̀ yẹn náà nẹ́gẹ́ òkèrè nìyẹn rí ó tọ̀ nìyẹn sọ ya yẹn má ká zi ọ ni yẹn náà dìgbò lẹ́nu yẹn mẹ́gbó kí má yà sún ẹ̀ náà yà gbórí òtọ̀ náà rẹ̀ múnú ẹ̀ eri ma wa are erowi dana ona we ni eri yena di 800,000 yena di na ana ya gbolu ye be gada we yena wo ye so egbena owe na ya mu ken yo oni ni boti e feeling na ye ken ha ake egbe ke ba temu ana bi wo ma yena di ge 12 trip yena di ne owo ri mu ayo ye gi se na 12 ye de wana imiege ya kai ba owo tipa strike ere tipa enonya egbe mara enonya tipa re rebu ogere lukune ere wa ta amagimie amagori be moyo enowa no mu yimi akeka ofonoro ha pe ana ohura ori ke ise ezo ni ana wa wo be rigore ori ere emo na wa ga te mele mo na ga university na ze de we ni yoto owo ezeyin eye zeyo wo na wi na ya zebiyo ina agwa lutokereri ni awe mudari ke wa kwa mune owa di yo unda ye na edoja o ya se gbe mi na re wo wa we ge zeyo yo pa azige ba yo pa wona o na o ze ni na ila wa la e atobi eri oto ni ebo unda si so ma mo gbagbo yen se ti de zo bo ni lele egbe eri yo owo ni tamame ina wo gbe mu pa gbogbo ere ewe e ma tagele na gele ni opu ya ni dobu no ma zi agbo a mo ko no mi ewe e ko mu di ake when you get iwe ni na ya ma so kun ye no bi ani ma o megbe egbo wo do bia di bude wa ri ni ya mi a bi a ke ma gbe ya o ko we kini ya
wa we si pe so waro no ji ku oni ni me egbe na tana o pe no ma mu gbagbo we ma bo ma ge no oko no metin go we bo ma mu dia nu ya gwezio benu wa ya bo eso waro oko awa mu go ni awe da fon me ya gun me ri oto ni oko ni mi emi to emi go ora wa gun owe iyan ta wara
eyan gele uta
iyan da fe no nya wara
ya gele no
ige ba eze ige esuku ore mo ha upon da yoko ni kun ama we to de ye mo kun egbopo we ri oyen na we gbobo ehian wa kun amulope ani tokian zi onegbe egbe ko we ri omo bobo wa le o le hundun ni wo pe abi nda ga en go me 1 naira o mi oga en go me sele o mi o ma na ri ene okori de so ne gbe mi we ri o ni ge sunu de ye ope ani yin kun igo gunye o do bo wa le te onyin me no gba so plan onyin mi pe ani bun osie ni ko ni bun na we pe ere o
wesi edolowo me wa ho ni yima na ya na ege yima opoko atu an mata no owe emi osi ni oke kedi ma hotel ewu mana we oko egwo ma dioma giagba muso giagba ma oko kini ni bi no wa kai owe devices iyo agbon na gba ma ibi no wa na ati help meet giako ko we na sira oko kin okbi ara zuru mama gbon oko ri obo bai unda emi oko na ro pa ho oke ri ege no ta owe ina so no ya esi wan abetima si wan owe ovan no ma o se wa obu se so ma na we go ma ro loro yeke no gweru ai we kiamu iru yeke igawo yo bonu e ma ta no emi no so no bazun da eri oku no bia we no ri obo bai no ya muso no wi yo bonu so pipi so da gele mi we obo sami ai ami adueki igo la obo ye ba lo egbo a ye gi zeyo ohoni eso me ara si go wa eso yo zige bai eso yo zige suku uye no mi ebe e monye so ba ke sukure aba we ni ari go na ye igbo ko neri ya uda gi me sa no ye oge kan amunene okoda munobo oso amogie ne bo ye gi be gbo ko di e memo e moni gi be gbo ko bi ya na rabu wa egba ma be ri o baga gele gbode na temata edunu peru nu da be ni mata ba emi osi ni no ko na zo de nu da o ke mi ha wo pe a o ko ni maka ni o kan do alu pe ani ọmaka ni ọkọ adọ ahụ tabọ seba ẹyẹ ẹrọ òmùwẹ nígbẹ ọdọ wíwọ yìí òun ní òtótọ èèyàn kí a ga jẹ ọwọ nílẹ mẹgbẹ wẹ ní egwu ẹdọlọ yìí ọwọ di agbá mọkú wà yẹn na ọyà gbòkpẹ á ní mọkú wà yẹn ọkpẹ àná má bí ọnà ìpè sọgẹlẹ rọ náà mi ẹwẹ ọmọ ẹgbẹ ìyá àmúna ọgbà ẹgbẹ náà yà bò wá dé ní ẹ náà dé ká mẹ́rin àbọ̀ ewu yìí ọ̀bọ̀ wá ní náà ọkpẹ àná ọbọ èmi ọkpẹ àná arọ mẹbẹ mi ọkpa rẹ dọkpa yìí mà màbẹ kàtà rẹ díẹ ìbò tànà na miewe okpiani na yari okwoni na rioto ona rigo no okpiani na rioto okpiani siba ona we ohono ni egbe ni okan yo ona dmeni eto boye yo owo na we o ma mini oyo pa ye bie na adofie ne yo nya ye nje pe to pa no ri ohun ona ewebo okwoni kewu oma ego okpiani yari ogwani oto ni kiene oma ari wu okpiani ne mo okwo be n'ọka biene anaghọ mana ya mwe ya ọrụ ihe ya ya iseba agbolu yone ikpaba ma so to bi ma mi ma ri e be ba ni na na owo ya gboto na we doto no ki ile wa ka mu wa ye doto owo ni le mortuary aya ki yo na o to bi ya ne mu bo e de nu ya gbe gba re ni o na ni na wa gba lo to e ma e ani gwa lo to ma no gbolu yo oni we ri ya o he ni e oru pe a baraka gbiradi ibeke na gbebo nyawu ite ya mo erari oholo riwo ya doto we na wa egun e doto nda ono mo gberi oto na wa e nda ono beti submissiveness o mo gberi oto no nya na nya pe to pa no ro mo adafene ne kesi emi keni no me ona we awa rege eri mo ese gume do si o ni ha e ti ya lo e wedi we ugbo edoto ohoni gele ogbe iye moto keke yire ni a ohoni de oto hwoni we na yari oto na rekie una ya munoho una ya danyo ohoni ri wu ni a mu da wa ohoni pa bi ene amari go na mo yewa ni amami oto mo ana ya mo yite egbe re ri o iho na egbinye re ri o owo ya yire iho ya iye bi no ka gbe na gwa kara
ikpieso wa gele ro nunyimiya eso waga odazoe odazowa
evamia oyirogowa abi me no me eva kugbea
eso wa me eva
adazo obe amogowa
odazoe no be odazowa ebe logo na oni okuesi oni okua no mudia gidigba okua no kekenu okugaru jina no odazoe no be odazowa no odazoe ne odazowa ye we no keke wa we enyu ni me odafe no nyawa enyu ni me no uta ogwa omo anogwego benu mo ese uberi nese okwo no me oberire ogwe no pia we wa ku omo bujuwe egbomo beri onado nwan uji no keke ekin aro se era meno sokpan uji no keke ekin aro se ne egbope arerio dogu umego omona no egori uri enebe no mese okwu eberi bai okwu awopo na kokoko mo hiere no ro odigbagbe fere
wese unda ye yimo boro ba ya un tabu wa e okpi abo wa un ta wo wa
okpi ahun ta
bo okpi
o sa lo bo ya ji e
no da gan geni e mo ya un ta ìrìnà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìwé nìyẹn nọ́kẹ́kẹ́ náà lòwò wá ọ̀pọ̀ ya ń ta.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ní sàlóbù ayé àjì òpìyà ọ̀nà kàjì òpìyà kéjú òkú òtótó òpìyà ọ̀ọ́jì ǹdà ẹ̀ ọ̀kù akájì òpìyà ẹ̀ ó sàlóbù akájì òpìyà òkùnhùn ta òpìyà ọ̀bẹ̀ hàmùkú òwẹ̀ ìwé mẹ̀wẹ̀ dòwọ́ mẹ̀mẹ́ owó òpìyà akẹ́kẹ́ nù kò jò ẹ̀ ọ̀kù
wọ́n sọ wa tọ́ pé mọ́nà ìbọn ìwé yẹn lárí náà náà rè yé náà mi wẹ́ àdósí kaná ọ̀yíká bọ́ọ̀lì tàgbé mẹ ní ìpè èso náà yà wọ́n wò òwe rà òwe rẹ̀ ló hù.
ó yin mẹ lọ gbá.
wọ́n yìí sẹ́ ọ́nìrì ẹ̀ máa wẹ̀ ló wọ̀ rí òpè à.
ọmọdébé mi ọmọdébé ẹ̀ẹ́débé ọ̀hún òpìà sí ibùgbé ló kù àjòwà òpìà èké náà rírí akín ọ̀gbẹ́ òtẹ́mọ̀ lẹ́kùn náà ànàmúbọ̀gbẹ́ òpìà ẹ̀bẹ̀wébò òkú náà bò wá òpìà sí yo.
ok agwa wo ko bo wa pe asiyo
agwa
okay no agwa no ro iwe no na migo o migo bodo era mi ho do nya wa ni
o uji ari enegbe opo na mu gbe ekun soto ona aru ji no da fun o gba ni o be egwe to po ni ri uji ni ege gbe won ebe no go vie ege lu ebe no go vie uda oko ovie beno pe agwale uji be oboko eri mani ko eri ma be gwalu uji anwe mama no se bo bodo
wese
bana kuku gbe ome orien so onwo
wese do no go me wa he ni yi magwan we ma ya na de si we ohu mo wo so pe a ni agwa sukma ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́ wẹ ènìyàn pè àmásẹ̀tì irun òkú lórí ìwárá wẹ agbárí yìí lẹ́gbẹ̀ ń dá alámi ewu pè àwẹ̀kí ẹ̀rẹ̀ bóyá láti yóò bọ̀nu ẹ̀ ní ya bò wá wẹ̀gá yẹ dàgbọ̀n wọ́n yà fẹ́ pọ́n mọ́ wọn àyè mi ewu kò rí ìwá ọ̀rẹ́ gbé yìí bọ́ nínú ẹ̀ ìpè sọ̀rọ̀ ìtẹ̀gbẹ̀ nù ọ̀hún yàtọ̀ àgbẹ̀ ọ̀hún yẹn rí ọ̀hún yẹn lálá ọ̀hún yẹn yóò wá ní ọ̀hún yẹn yóò wò hù ọ̀hún yìí dòbò wà yẹn sí lélẹ̀ ọba wà wà ẹ o bàbá broda ẹ tún sí lélẹ̀ ìyóbọ̀ yà ẹ̀rù ẹ̀ wẹ̀ nága ó pè àná yẹn ní gbò sálọ́bà náà wẹ̀ yẹn ní gbè wọ́n á mi wẹ̀ ọ̀hún ní nọ dà nà ọ̀yà tó bọ̀ ẹ̀ ká bó wa ni wọ́n mú kó dà o sọpá ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ̀rù mà mú pàbùbẹ̀ rẹ̀ gẹ̀ mà bẹ́ nà tàbó èyí zẹ́ nà yòókù tó bọ̀ yẹ inú yín nà wẹ́rì ọ pé nà ọ̀nà mú ẹ pé ọ nà ọ̀dọ̀ ọ̀nà àwọn ìgbòho rí ọ ẹ̀ẹ́ta máa wáyé ọ̀tọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ láyé lọ́dún yẹn kìnnà náà rí òtọ̀ náà gbá wà gòdẹ́mà mẹ́ ẹ̀ gòdẹ́mà ẹ̀ ìgbà wo rẹ̀ wẹ́yẹ̀ wọ́n wá máa ẹ̀ ọ̀wọ́ wá máa ma agbèrè wúgbó kéde orí ẹyẹ wọ́n mẹ́ òkú ẹsẹ̀ tó wà bìbì pa ìnáná mi wẹ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ̀ mọ̀wẹ́ òmọ̀wẹ́ ọwọ́ àgbà ẹ̀rọ ni màgì bọ́ òkú ó ní ìdárọ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀dẹ̀ ọ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ náà gbé kọ́ dà ẹ̀gbọ̀n òwúrẹ̀ ọ̀kí sọpánà ìnìyẹn wẹ ìrì ọ̀pá wà sí ọ̀pá wà gbákín òkú iṣẹ́ ti pàbọ̀ wọn mi ọ̀pá rárí ẹ̀ yàrí ó tọ̀bí wọn mi ọ̀sùn ẹ̀dá bọ́ ọgbólù ọ̀gá àwọn èèyàn ọ̀dọ̀ bó wa ní ọbẹ̀ fún ìdánmọ́ná tá máa wẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ màkà gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà àárẹ̀ tí máa ní kẹ́kẹ́ gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà bẹ̀ ògẹ́ mánàrántà mánàwé náà dé mú ẹ̀làdà mọ́gẹ́ dùn ebi èsì náà sọpẹ́ náà ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀nọ́rọ́ wẹ òhànàdó táyì wẹ òkú oníri bọ́ ọ̀rí ṣe wà ní ara ayé aláwọ̀ ní agbálùwá ìyẹn náà agbálùwá wó bọ̀ èmi ẹ ọ̀nàkà máa dàfọ́ ẹ̀mí èmi ò wá lẹ̀ o dàfọ́ kéde ìwé làdí anáyà àṣà anáyà rẹ́ni yàrá páàkì adéwò òkú ní ìpó nẹ ní ayé àrò wa ní ọ̀dọ́ ẹ̀ máa ẹ wẹ ọ̀wùhán ọ̀nyà wà ní ayé ìkẹ́tìkà náà mi ní ẹ̀ ìwó ni ọ̀rọ̀ ìmìẹ́ ọ̀dìgbò ní kẹ́tìkà ìdè ní màdá màwá kàkà bọ́ yìí gbé àkà ẹgbẹ́ ìmìírì ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ìní dà ẹ̀rọ àníhòhò nílé ìwé ẹgbẹ́ wọ́n àdébọ̀ bò wá wà kí apákì àkíyá dé lálọ́dì nára yé nà pòpò wà kàbà wà wò kó ìtẹ́ bọ́ wà yé fọpa ǹda ònyìn ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀wẹ̀ máa mú gbé tẹ̀nẹ̀ wútẹ́ tẹ̀nẹ̀ rí ọmọ tiẹ̀gbẹ́ wẹ́ wọ́n yìí ní ata àdàfún náà èwe náà yà á nyọ hàmù ẹ náà sọ kókó náà bò kó gbó ọyẹ kéré ìtẹ tàmá ẹ náà wọ́n ní tiwa ní tàmú wa kékeré náà jẹrẹ ní alákèrè déédéé ọ̀rí náà wẹ ọ̀kẹ́wẹ̀ yà wà bá mi kú nílẹ̀ yẹ́n náà rí yẹ ẹ náà wọ́n ma ní dó tàmú wa yẹ́n náà rí yẹ náà ní àyè màmí ẹ náà gbà náà rẹ ní àríwá ẹ pàánù tí wọ́n máa nọ àwa wa abẹ́ tẹ́nu wẹ́ tiẹ̀ ní ètè ní pé abẹ́ tún wẹ̀ yíyàsẹ̀ tí mọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ tó tọ́ wẹ̀ lárí òkúta máa wẹ̀ ní dà ònyìn ní wọ́n yá èrè ìnáwó náà sọpá ọmọ amọ̀ ẹlẹ́nu ọ̀yìn tì wẹ́ nìyà ní wàá kíá ebo vie ebe ya no ya do to bi no omuna wai dawe re o de ni parbo re kuwe ki make money ne ogwe mayakin o jari ma ere aya ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ so kuwe ke we gbe re o gi amara ro we ka yi go ladia uri ni nopia no wi yo boni we ni go na gwalo de bana ya doto uyere gi amani aro wo magele de ori re de una re ri go ladia we ga ya agbolu gi amani aro wo opiari magele gbolu gbogbo ni ri dai we be ma le de na ko de na keka wage ilo boy iyere no ye ayi re gbe so be kotu wa ye ko ga we ya wo ma no ki egbe no bo ba dia no ka mi master we master ri go no wa do ki ekere owe ya wo ma no ki ni a we ke nu ma ku ayi e una da e na wa ri go we ya ke we ona wo ye ona ebi ma oluwe o ona je ase o sa o ba no la o munda emi ma mu la de na okay kaka boy isi okowo te dowe ohubowa le e awu awe no ohubowa so pe we eru no gbugbe ya guru olokpe ani no tamae igigo gbe no aya ri uto tamae igigo gbe no ya gbelu owi e mo bobo gbe ga yi ni eni ya so sewe itamae wa ni ya so sewe igba ba ti wa ni ya so sewe na to bo me bibi ake ya gwa lotori etima wala o ijobo abiji ma yi wa ge bo ka me go sewe we de bae ni na egbove we ga go ho we o de no uji no kwa no we enu we no ade mo iya uyo kwa no we ni meje de na o ka me na di moto mu meti wa fie I wa fie o awon no pa no be magme o ka me jo e ba ma na mu ge ibota na se fo ọbẹ kìí ẹdọ ya ọfọ ìgbésàgbà ẹyọ pàtì máa yẹ wáyé ìrìn àjò náà ọba àtọpẹ iṣẹ.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Edion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
West,
ITV, certainly the best.
The best.
And humans continue to coexist. Conflict is inevitable, but how we choose to handle those conflicts as they come up is what makes us either mature or otherwise. My name is Harry Agboje, and this right here is how I'd like to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independence Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now today, we're going to be discussing something that has to do with conflict resolution. Now sometimes in life, we tend to fall out with the people that we interact with. It's inevitable, like I said. It's not something that we can help. It's not something that is often planned. But, you know, because we have diverse values, diverse, belief systems, and diverse ways of thinking, these conflicts are bound to come up. But it is important that when they do come up, we find a way to, sort them out, to, iron things out, just so we do not eventually go our separate ways. Now, my name is Harry Agboje, and to do this with me are two amazing gentlemen. They are actually experts in their field. One of them is a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Omorogbe Dosere. Welcome on board, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Harry.
It's good to have you on the... Now, it's been a while. I think the last time we saw was like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yes.
All right, welcome on board. And of course, seated next to Omorogbe is an educationist and someone who's also very well-read. He goes by the name of Ramsey Abu Uwaila.
Thank you, Mr. Harry, and it's always a pleasure to be on the show.
And it is a pleasure to have you on the show as well. Now, conflict management and resolution. Like I said in opening, conflict is inevitable as long as we interact, as long as we, we have to deal with one another, okay? But how we go about managing and resolving such conflicts is what makes the difference. So if I were to ask you to define conflict, Ramsey,
of course,
how would you define it?
Conflict to me is a disagreement. It is things that are not healthy, issues that exist between people, persons. It could be inter, it could be intra, it could be intergroup. So as we go further from here, I think I'll be throwing more light on those various types of conflicts. It could be seen as a disagreement that exists. It could be between between two parties, it could be within the person, it could be between groups, it could even be within the group. As far as we live as humans, there must be instances of disagreement, but how we disagree to agree matters a lot. And that is why we should look into it.
How we disagree to agree. And from what you've said, there is a difference between intra-conflicts and inter-conflicts.
Of course.
Okay, so when conflicts occur within groups, it's intra, right?
Yeah, when it is within the group, it is intra. When it is between groups now, it is inter-group conflict. When it is within a person, it is intrapersonal conflict. Then when it is between two individuals, it could become interpersonal conflict.
I'm particularly interested in the intrapersonal conflict part, but let me hear what Omorugbe has to say.
You know, conflict arises from when there's this struggle for agreement, like you said, when they are opposing view. I'm saying what is before me is a letter 6, the number 6, and you are standing at the opposite side of me and you are saying it is a 9, and I'm saying it's a 6. So in that case, we'll need a third party who is non-biased to come in, evaluate and see what we are not okay with, contending with, and help us see or reach an agreement to understand better what's happening. And then many a times there are resolutions. Many a times no resolution, that's where the management comes in. We just look for a way to manage it, avoid things that could spike such conflicts from coming up again.
Okay, so in a nutshell, you're saying that conflict could also be defined as diverse views.
Yes, diversity
or opposing views.
Yes.
Okay, now what would you say is conflict management, and why is it important in our everyday life?
You know, we all come from different cultural, religious, and political backgrounds. So the way we relate from where we come from differs. You're coming from a background in somewhere at Benue, and you are now working with someone from, say, Port Harcourt. Your differences, you have differences, both political, both, what's it called, religious backgrounds. You know, you have different values. So there are things that I may do in my own spare that isn't allowed where you come from. It becomes an issue. You become uncomfortable when I do it around you. I may not know because I'm not coming from your background.
Your own background, yeah.
But because if you don't tell me, it continues. And then I start noticing your emotions are changing towards me and you become agitated till we are able to identify you coming up with it and say, this thing doesn't all go well with me. You know, so we'll now have to look for a way to manage it. When I now know that this will not go so well with you, at that time where you are there, I can choose not to engage in whatsoever act I'm supposed to engage in that is not okay with you. So that is me managing it.
Okay.
So I am managing it.
So it doesn't escalate?
Yes, so it doesn't escalate, because many are times when it does, it will lead to rancor, it will lead to unproductiveness, it will lead to rivalry. A lot of things will go wrong. No organization or society can grow when there's conflict. None can grow. There's no meaningful growth or development that can happen. Investors run away from areas where there are conflicts. You see them removing their staffs, investment, because everybody knows that you can't thrive successfully in a place where there's conflict. Yes. So it must be managed, because there are some that can be resolved. But when it becomes so, it must be managed so that we can all forge ahead, and it's a win-win for both parties.
Okay, now Ramsey, conflict management, why is it necessary?
Of course, it's very necessary because conflict is already part of existence. As you rightly said, you see, once we live as humans, we are bound to have diverse views, opinions, and all that. So because our opinions are different, there's bound to be a clash of opinions. So with that, conflict will arise. And once conflict arises, there is need for us to manage it, or must manage it appropriately. Now, most times in this part of the world, we see conflict management as something that is archaic or not even part of our culture. We want to always have a side where one particular party wins and the other becomes the loser. No. In conflict management, we must come to a common ground where both parties parties will be okay and said, oh, it's a win-win situation. And with that, it simply means that we'll forge ahead to have a cordial relationship even after that particular conflict or situation. Now, the idea of managing conflict now should not be the onus that rests alone on the government or even the judiciary. As individuals and good citizens of this country, I think it's important and expedient we also learn how to manage conflicts. Right from the home, there are bound to be conflict between couple. You see a husband and a wife. The husband says, no, I want to eat this. The wife says, no, we ate this yesterday. We need to eat this. There's already conflict there. And people take silence to be one of the resolution of some conflict. It's not. It only breeds it, and it eventually escalates when one party decides to speak up. So it is important at the initial stage, have an issue that will just kill that idea of growing or making it nourishing conflict, because people do nourish it, and
How do people nourish conflict?
They just keep it in, they cork it in till the very day it becomes an outburst.
Could that be because they are avoiding a bigger problem?
They are avoiding conflicts. It could also be lack of. It could also be lack of communication. It could be the fact that they want to just let it feel like it does not exist, whether it's already existing.
That's avoidance.
So the avoidance. So the best way to actually tackle it is, first, there should be communication. Let it be known. Establish the fact that there's already conflict. What's the next step on how to resolve and manage it?
So it begins with acknowledging that there is a conflict.
Yes, you acknowledge that there's a conflict. Then from there you work on it. You need to call the other partner. You need to understand. What we say and how we say it are two different things. Yes. People are so focused on what they say, but how they say it, we hardly even pay attention to it.
And then I guess the same thing applies to what we do and how we do it.
And how we do it.
Body language.
Body language. So you might want to say, I'm sorry. The tone in which we are saying I'm sorry carry more communication than even the words that you just used.
Is it possible to say I'm sorry in the wrong way?
You can say I'm sorry when you are not sorry.
Of course.
Mr. Harry, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
You mean, did you just apologize?
It's not
did you hear me? And I said I'm sorry. That is not how to say I'm sorry. It means I am doing this to fulfill righteousness. It is not from me, and it does not give the fact that I may not repeat that same thing tomorrow. I'm sorry should go with an appropriate tone.
It doesn't show remorse.
It doesn't show remorse if you just drop it like that, I'm sorry. So people must learn to be polite. They must learn to also pay attention to how they say certain things.
Sincere.
Beside what they say, how they say it carries more information.
Should they also pay attention to the way it is received?
Of course. If you package it well, definitely it's going to be well received. So it is the packaging.
So I'm saying that, while you're saying it or while you're doing it, should you pay attention to the way the person is receiving it?
It should come from your heart.
Sincere.
And not from your head.
True.
Now, when it's from the heart, we will know. The tone, you cannot betray your emotions.
Yes.
It has a way of being a part of what you say. If you had this remorse to it and it's coming from the heart, definitely the person will know that this is a sincere apology. But if it doesn't come like that, then we'll fault the way he apologized. And that's why you see the other party say, no, this one is not okay. We must get to the root of this and all that. Because the apology was not sincere. So,
and it's easy to tell when an apology is not sincere.
It's not sincere. It's very easy to tell.
Easy.
Paralinguistically, body language, there are other things that communicate apart from our words. People pay more attention to these things. This guy is saying he's sorry. But why is he saying he's sorry? Some say he's cocky, he's purpose. Can't you see he's haughty? He just said I'm sorry, but he's not saying I'm sorry. So if you are sincere about it and you really want to manage the conflict or resolve it, you say I'm sorry from the heart and not from the head. There is need for us to manage conflict, because conflict has come to stay. As humans are living in a society that is full of people of diverse opinion, there is bound to be conflict. But how we manage it matters a lot.
How we manage it matters a lot. Now,
also what he just said, you see, when the apology is sincere, friendship is strengthened.
Okay.
You may hear the other person say, okay, I erred in this area. And I say, okay, and there is proper reconciliation.
Yeah.
Friendship, they may end up shaking hands or hugging it out. And that is
the end of the problem.
Yes. But when it's not, the person may not even bring it up again and decide to start not saying something he is going to do to harm the other person, because after all the person had done, coming to apologize, you are still cocky. So it means you were not sorry, and it's going to happen again. So in a bit to avoid it, the person says no. Then also, there is something I know we also have here in this part of the country, in Edo State. I grew up. We have places for resolving these things. We
conflict
have
resolution.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, it's almost in each street. You see, there's an Ojon way Because conflict is here. As long as we are here, there's going to be conflict. You see two people come to meet the street head to say, we had issues. Many a times maybe regarding this person threw dirty to my compound, or his trees, the leaves, they blow into my compound, or the issue of land.
Something as basic as that.
Yes, he shifted my beacon. And they say, okay, we will gather every other person in this street. All the landlords will meet at a particular time and then deliberate on the issue. So we've been enjoying that. We've been enjoying that. Though it's, the Western world is not throwing more light on how best, that is it's a broad topic entirely.
Okay.
So it's not giving us more ways to handle it, and also to know that you can manage it. In cases when it's not resolved, you can manage. They now tell you, okay, don't
So there
enter.
is a difference between management
And resolution.
Of course.
Yes. Resolution is when the apology, for instance, like we talked earlier, is sincere and we shake hands on it or hug it out. But when it's not, we can choose to manage to say, okay, I don't cross his path, he doesn't cross my path. So I don't do what's going to offend him, he's not going to do the same. We are managing it, but we've not resolved.
In addition to that, when we manage, we are being proactive.
Okay.
We don't want it to escalate. When we resolve, we are not being reactive.
Okay.
It has come to an end positively. Like, how do we put an end to this and all that? So most times, it is even good we manage these things before it gets to that zenith, that climax, where most times it can go out of hand and all that. Because you see people trying to settle. And we're going to settle this dispute, we're going to do this. And these are the same people that were there while this thing were growing to that extent.
Yes.
So they didn't manage it from the initial stage.
Okay.
So when you manage conflicts, most times you find out that both parties will just go home fulfilled and happy.
Yes.
The idea of, no, if you will try it next time, it's because you were not satisfied with the way the conflict was managed. That is why you will say, no, it's not this and all that. There are some things you manage them and you don't even need to spend thousands of money for litigation and all that. So it is very good as humans, we should open our hearts to conflict management.
Okay.
Conflict has come to stay in the society. Definitely we will disagree, but we are going to manage this disagreement. It is the unmanaged disagreement that eventually will cause negative effects in society. But those that are managed positively, of course it will be resolved and everybody will be happy.
All right, thank you very much, Ramsey. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing conflict management and resolution. We shall be going on a break now. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned.
Because you've offended him, and that thing, a lot of people don't have to know. Emotions also play a bigger role. Emotions. Yes, temperament also. Temperament also. So if you have a conversation that goes the wrong side with someone who is very tempered, you have to run away because he's going to come after you.
No matter the nature of the conversation.
He's going to come after you because you've offended his ego, you've made him angry, so there will be an outburst. And if it's not well controlled, it could become physical.
All right, Ramsey.
In
causes of conflict.
Yes, I think the major cause of conflict is impoliteness. When people tend to have their face saved, when you have this idea of saving people's face, you hardly get into trouble with anybody. As humans, we have an ego to protect or massage and all that. So when you try to downplay people's integrity, make them feel like a nobody, we always call for conflict. It's just like what you don't want others to do to you, don't do it to others.
The golden rule.
The golden rule. So if you have this golden rule and you know how to meander, maneuver your ways through people in a way that you make them feel that this is somebody, you respect and you save their face, you respect their personality, you always have conflict.
Are there people who deliberately, want to belittle others?
Of course, that's what we call behavioral dysfunctionality. There are people that just want to see others under their feet. They want to see them as the subservient. They want to see them as the inferior. They always want to see themselves as the superior. They see those other people like people that don't even have a say. They are to be seen and not heard.
Yes.
And humans don't want that. Even a man that is begging you for something, he's still holding a little integrity and dignity. So if you massage integrity, he will go well for him. But if you remind him that he's begging, he might even ask you, okay, bros, forget about it, don't worry.
Yes.
I'm okay. So it simply means that as humans, we have that atom of integrity, that pride in us, dignity. So anybody that is able to protect it for us, that person will not always run into trouble with us.
True.
So the major one is impoliteness. People should learn how to be polite in their workplace, in the society, anywhere, in school, be polite. In language, in body language, in behavior, everything, be polite. When you are polite, you hardly could have problem with people.
I think I agree with you. Now let's take a look at some of the types of conflicts. Okay, because I believe most times when we hear of conflict, the first thing that comes to mind is the basic quarrels, disagreements between us. Okay, but are there different kinds of conflict?
Of course. There are even subtypes of conflict. Let's start with the people involved. Going by the parameters of using people involved, you have the intrapersonal conflicts. This is a conflict that happens. The one that happens within you as a person.
So it's possible for somebody to be at conflict.
Conflicting ideas and value. This morning, I was thinking, should I just put on native or just wear my sleeve? That alone, there's already a conflict. There's a disagreement. But it happens to me. It is intra. It is within. It is intrinsic. It is mine. Now, when the conflict is now between an individual and another individual, I will say it is interpersonal. Now, people involved now, they are still persons, but this time it is between a person and another person. Harry said, no, I want it like this. I said, no, it should be like this. Yes. So we are already having a disagreement. That is a conflict. But when the conflict is now within a group, it is intra-group conflicts. Now, it is within the group because members of the group, they do not agree on a particular thing. Some are saying this, some are saying this. Within the group now, it's intra. But when it is now
in one group.
In one group. Or if it is now between two groups, it will not be inter-group conflicts. Now, Group A versus Group B.
Conflict with Group B.
With Group B. So Group B is saying, I want this. Group A is saying, I want this. Now, it is now between a group. So we have this type of conflict based on the people involved. We could as well have conflict based on the issue on ground. Some conflicts are functional. Those are conflicts that are healthy at the end. It helps us to resolve a particular thing.
Yeah, I was actually going there.
Yeah.
Like, do we have, healthy conflict?
Of course we do. We do. There are some conflicts you have with someone that will bring out the best in you.
Yes.
It's also bring out the best in the other person.
True.
But one thing about...
But that actually depends on how it is managed, right?
Of course, that is why the management must come in. It is a healthy rivalry. Healthy one. You might want to top your class because someone said, no, I'll top this class. And if you are giving up, you remember, someone should be reading by now. He has promised to top this class, and I gave him my word. So let me go and read. That's a healthy one. So we should not rule out conflicts totally. There are some conflicts that are functional, that help. Some are latent. It is not obvious. It's just there. You see a husband and a wife already having tension. They are already having conflicts, agreement in the house based on the next payment for the house rent, the rentage. They've not paid. They haven't talked about it, but it's just there. That tension is there. The woman is not looking too good. The husband is not looking too good. They started shouting at the children unnecessarily and all that. It's already conflict. It's latent. It's not open. So such conflicts, you need to speak up. Communication should be a key in conflict management. Let people know how you feel. You don't communicate using your body language these days. Be open. Talk about it.
How do you communicate using their body language?
People do a lot. They assume. They believe that you know what you've done.
Yes, it's not you at times.
Most times it's just snob.
But is that not a possibility too? Is it not possible for somebody to be aware of what they've done, but play dumb?
No, most times, some persons are not even aware of what they've done. Either by actions or inactions. So they'll be very sure that they know what they are doing. Why not just tell them? What you did last time, I don't like it. This is what you did. Oh, you mean you took offense? You say, yes, I'm sorry. It was coming from the heart of, now I understand.
I had a case in the university where I called someone baby in his native tongue. I loved the language, but I didn't know what it meant.
Okay.
It went on for a semester. Till one day he called me and said, I don't like you calling me a baby.
Baby.
Like I'm a child. I said, is that what that means? He said, yes. I said, I'm very sorry. I never knew. I thought it meant my friend. And he said, no. I didn't know. And he had this cold coldness at times towards me.
Towards
So I
you.
didn't
And
know.
you didn't quite understand why.
I didn't quite understand why. So it would have lingered if he hadn't spoken up.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ramsey, yeah, take it off from there. Like you actually
Yeah,
you know, making a lot of
we need
sense
to
in-
we need to start communicating.
Yes.
If you don't feel cool about anything, let the person involved know that what you just done, I am not cool about it. This is wrong. And the person is mature enough. The person says, I'm sorry. This is not the aspect in which I'm taking it from.
Yeah.
Then you can easily just resolve and the friendship continue. But you're cocking it up to say he knows what he's doing and you start communicating non-verbally, using body
Yeah,
language
like the
and all
example
that.
he just gave. If the guy in question had not made it known to him, he wouldn't have known.
And it took some time
Yes, it took
before
a
the
while.
person even have to
It took
say,
a while,
okay, this
yeah.
is what is happening and all that. So that is what we must encourage people to do now, to start communicating. That man there, that woman there who has offended you and you think the person knows what he or she is doing, he doesn't know, go and meet him. Oh God, this is what you did on a particular day. They will respect you for it, for even communicating.
Yes.
For even saying this is what you've done, the person will just... So communication is key in resolving conflicts, in managing conflicts. We must speak up. Even in court, they want to hear from both sides.
True.
That's the power of communication. How do you feel? Are you guilty or not guilty? Okay, what do you have to say? You know, when you listen to people,
Yeah.
it gives them this privilege of, I want to be heard, I want to be understood, so I should just say the truth, I should forget about things. What they do most times, they are very quick to, what some persons do most times, they are very quick to just cut in. They don't listen, they only hear. They want to be the first to speak.
Always
No.
quick to interrupt.
They want to interrupt. Let that person hear his or her grievances. Let the person express his or herself. Listen to the person. By listening alone, you are a step forward in resolving and managing the conflict.
Very true.
People want to be listened to. So communication, listening, they are all important in conflict management. With this, I think we're going to have less conflict society. And conflict resolution also, I think they should inculcate or impute it into our curriculum.
Yeah.
Many people don't know about conflict management and resolution.
Sure.
They just believe the only way you can resolve issue is by creating more violence.
So going to the police immediately.
Now, is it possible to have experts in the field of conflict resolution?
I think
Because
there are experts
are
already.
there experts?
Of course.
Are they trained?
Well trained. That is a course in some university.
Yes, true.
They have the
Because, I
course
mean,
like that.
if it does exist, then it's a novel thing, because I don't think it existed
It's a novel thing in this part of the
in
world.
the world. Okay.
Other same clients that have developed, they know things about conflict resolution. Why do we even have this too much litigation in courts?
Exactly.
Because most time we don't have alternative. And even the alternative we have sometimes, they like referring the case back to the court of law.
True.
But in the court of law, what did they say? Are they not going to use this, the amount to resolve it? They must appeal to your conscience.
what you're suggesting is that we have
alternative resolution centers or
okay.
mechanisms
For different
for
type of
cases like
issues.
this, for different
Yes.
type of issues, so that the courts will not be battling with backloads or backloads of cases, litigations.
And a lot of times, some cases are even thrown out of court because of lack of merit.
At the end, they will go home and settle it. This is the same Odion way
Exactly.
that they
The
not
court will
involved
refer you
initially,
to.
that the Odion will not settle the issue.
All right, thank you very much, Ramsey. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. We're discussing conflict resolution and management. We shall be going on another break. The program continues right after that. Please stay tuned.
ITV. ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, it's still Flip Side on independent television. Now, gentlemen, I'd like us to take a look at another very important factor in all of this, emotional intelligence. Now, how do you think emotional intelligence helps to, manage conflict or to avoid it completely? Let me begin with you, Omorube.
When you know a particular communication or a particular type of greeting will offend someone else or someone you say it to, you would avoid it, because you will see that he or she is not pleased with what you've said, so you avoid it. Even within, among spouse, there are some things you say and she says, stop saying this, I don't like that statement. You have to now stop, because she also voiced it and making it easy for you. But we weren't really taught on how to identify emotional intelligence. We weren't, but we could see that, okay, this person has changed from the way he was relating with me to a different way, signifying that something is not right somewhere.
That you might have said or done something.
Yes. So if you are not smart to detect the time it happened and know what you may have said or what you may have done, you may just come and the person says, whenever you return these files, always keep them in this particular order, or always enter them, and you come, you drop it, you go, it becomes an issue. When you come in the other time and the person is not answering you or he's not looking at you, you're not having the little jokes you normally will have in the office space, you're not, so you must, we learned that from the little things we see, and when some other people will voice out and say, I don't like what you said or what you did, or you hit me when you were moving, I didn't like you didn't say sorry and stuff like that. So emotional intelligence, we learned some from what we saw, and when all the persons that were affected, they voiced out. That's how we've learned it, and we adapt to it, and then we try to understand them when it happens. We try to take note and make corrections at that time.
All right. Now, Ramsey, is it really possible to be able to identify some of those things that people find offensive? For example, some persons don't like it when you call them certain pet names. To you, it's just a pet name, right? But to them, it's an insult, right? So, is it possible to be able to identify all of the things that some persons are likely to find offensive?
You see, when we say emotional intelligence, it is not everybody that really has this emotional intelligence. Sure. Some persons are just academically intelligent, some of them are socially intelligent, few are emotionally intelligent. When you are emotionally intelligent, you should know when some certain jokes has gone beyond jokes.
Yes.
You should know what to say, how to say it, and where to say it. You should know that there are some form of communication you pass across, not embedded in what you say explicitly, but they are implicitly implicated. Asking a young man who just got married, now you finally married this girl, you try. That is no longer a congratulation.
No.
That is no longer wishing the young man well. The young man wants to raise eyebrows and start asking questions. What do you mean by that? Because that statement was pregnant. There are so many things. In fact, it was ambiguous. You can generate possible meanings from it.
Yes.
So an emotionally intelligent person will not make such statements in that kind of situation. So when we say people are not emotionally intelligent, you can be very good in school, you have all the A's, you are bright and all that, but you don't know when to put an end to some certain things. You don't know when to use some certain joke. You don't try to protect and save people's face. Therefore, you are not emotionally intelligent. True. I think everybody should sit down and say, what is it I'm saying? What will be the repercussion? What is my aim? What do I want? What is the rationale behind this statement I just made? What do I want to achieve with this? If you think of these things before you say anything or do some certain things, you hardly have conflicts or issues with people. So this emotional intelligence is what people can just sit down, psychologically think, what will be the consequences of this statement? How will this person take it?
Or what would it sound like?
Now,
even if it's not intended that way.
That way.
Say back to him as a person.
Yes. So you should put the person first. Think of the possible interpretation before you use some certain jokes or some certain words. There are some jokes that someone will take when he's alone, but when he's his spouse or family members, he will not want to take such a joke again because the situation has changed. So you must look at your situation before some certain words comes out from you. No wonder we say some different professions have their jargons, different situations have different words that we're supposed to use there. So if we gaffe or misfire, it is we are using the wrong statement in a particular situation and it does not fit in.
Maybe in the wrong context.
In the wrong context, and that is lack of emotional intelligence. So I think emotional intelligence is something that everybody should have, or sit down to what, think about, think of the consequences and repercussions of every statement you make concerning another person. How are you going to feel? Are you saying it to belittle him? Or what is the end result of what you are doing?
What's your motive?
What's your motive? Okay, you can use a word, and embedded in that word are things you said but you did not say. By implication, contextual usage, by inference. Oh, okay, I will soon be leaving. Please allow Cynthia to wash these clothes. I want them to be clean. Please don't wash it. You just told the next person, he does not know how to wash clothes. But you didn't say so. But you said so.
But could it, I mean, is it possible that such a thing is said, but that's not what is intended? For example, if I say, like the example you just raised, I want this thing to be washed. I want Cynthia to wash it. You don't wash it. It could be that I don't want to put you through the stress of washing it.
I want Cynthia to wash these clothes clean. Please don't wash it. It simply means Cynthia knows how to wash better. You don't know how to.
Very clear.
That is where the diverse aspect of communication comes in. Pragmatics is looking at what you said that is embedded in your words, but are not carried by the words.
Okay. Let me explain what I'm trying to say. Is it not possible that the person that's telling Cynthia to wash it does not want the other person to wash it?
It's possible.
Because he doesn't want the person to undergo the physical, should I say, hurdles of washing it.
The situation in which or where that particular statement was used matters a lot.
The circumstance.
The circumstances, the context, the relationship you have with Cynthia and the other person.
Yes.
So Cynthia is going to look at these things.
It must be properly communicated.
If you tell Cynthia and the other person is of Cynthia's age, probably they are just rivals in terms of they want to win brother's hearts by doing some certain things for brother, and brother is not saying, I want these clothes to be clean, you don't watch it. Of course they know what you're saying.
Okay. But if it's spoken on a neutral ground, I could say, I don't want you to wash it because I know you've been working all day and I need you to rest.
Better. You have made it explicit. You have disambiguated it. It can no longer generate more than one possible meaning. Okay. So that's because you have emotional intelligence. Okay. You don't want to bruise her ego. Okay. You don't want her to feel bad. Yes. Then you know how to construct it. So everybody should just imbibe this emotional intelligence whenever you are communicating or dealing with people. It helps a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Ramsey. That was a very brilliant one. Now, Omorogbe, there's a particular example that you shared when the war will break. I would like you to share it again, because you see, I believe a lot could be learned from that.
Yes.
Yeah. So go ahead. Let's hear it.
Like as I was saying during the break, there's this. There are persons who make caskets, and I saw this in the movie. And this elderly man was greeted by the person making the casket, and he greeted the casket maker and said, "How is business?" And the person said, "Ipa, awege."
Okay.
And the man,
okay, we're looking at you.
I'm waiting for you. Okay. And then the man had taken certain steps. It rang differently in his head. And why is this guy saying he's waiting for? I'm not ready to go yet. And why is he waiting? And he came back and said, "What's the meaning of the statement?" And he said, "I just greeted him." He said, "No. There are a lot of meanings he's reading to it, and they are negative." And so they became a bit physical. So that means that that other man, though he would want to sell his business, lacked emotional intelligence. He shouldn't have made such a statement. So he may have just said it from his heart. Like he just went out without him having self-restraint.
Yeah.
That may have been his thoughts before now. It may have been his thoughts. So it wasn't right at all.
Okay, because a lot of persons might say, well, he might just have said it out of, but I believe it's also that's why it becomes important for you to scrutinize the things in your head before voicing them out, because a lot of persons don't know what you have in mind. Okay, that's where it's important for you to explain to them, so that you don't say them and begin to,
start explaining.
Exactly, explaining begin to explain what you mean. Well, we shall be going on another break now. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. Lap this episode of Flipside on Independence Television. Now, I would like us to examine certain situations where words are misconstrued, okay? For instance, we have cases where somebody greets you as an elderly person, or somebody greets an elderly person, and the elderly person, instead of seeing it as a mark of respect, feels offended. In Benin, we know that respect is something that is
very important.
You understand? We take it we take it very seriously. All right. And let's say somebody greets an elderly woman and says "Koye," and then the EA in question asks her, "Ijen you are," meaning, "Am I older than your mother?" Now, the person that greeted the EA is, did it as a mark of respect. But the EA in question feels offended because she probably thinks she's trying to make her feel older than she actually is. Isn't that a problem in itself?
Yes, it is a problem. But you see, also, because of the way we were raised, there's a sharp decline. Normally, when he greets, if it's the language he greets, like maybe, for instance, I'm greeting Lako. If I should greet her Lakunye, she's not going to get offended.
Okay.
He may greet Laveze, Iye, she will not be offended. But by the time she says Koye, she may be a Benin greeting Iye, but because the parents don't have that way of greeting inculcated into her, the way the family greets, Iye may see it differently. And most people don't want to feel old. Some people delight in being
young. That's young.
While some delight in being very young. So by the time you do it, you were trying to respect her, accord her with respect as an elderly one, but she sees it differently. It becomes an issue. So the best thing, many times, you start apologizing profusely before that is. In fact, at times, they will come and tell your mommy in the house and say, this is what you said. And your mom also would want to apologize on your behalf, even though what you have said was not intended the wrong way.
All right, Ramsey.
Yeah, for that EA that decided to respond that way, I think she has an identity problem.
Okay.
The truth is, once you are...
And there are some of us who actually do have that identity.
Yes, of course, that's another problem. Once you are old enough to be a mother to anybody in Benin, the right word we could use for you is EA. EA to us is general. Anybody who's old enough to be our mother is called EA. If I say Koye and you say Idian, it simply means you have a problem with your identity. And I shouldn't batter the words with such people. Because there are, in Benin, what we have different form of greeting. In the morning, our morning greetings, like you rightly said, Lavi, Lavezi, and all that. That's in the morning. But if it's not in the morning, you want to greet generally, you can just say Koye. And most non-Beninese, the first greeting they learn in Edo is Koye.
Very true.
So if someone say Koye, most time you might even be that, and it's in the morning, it might be that the person is not Benin, so they don't have their family salutation and all that. So it will be very wrong for such a woman to say, that is identity, because she doesn't want to grow old, and there's you can't cheat nature. Everybody must grow old. You like use all the pancake or everything on planet Earth, the skin will react to old age. As time goes, wrinkles will come and all that. So she can't defy nature. She can't cheat nature. So very, very soon, either within or very soon, the time will tell on her that she's getting old, and that person will also call her Koye. Okay. And to me, that's not a problem. It's just the woman that has an issue. But the problem is, if you now see an elder in the morning, who is it not to be your father or your mother, you decide to say Bowie. She asks you a question, am I your mate? Are we mates? But Bowie is like good money for age mate. Yes. You're supposed to greet according to your family lineage. Mine is Lavi, I'll say Lavi. Say, hey, from the greeting, they can even know the family you are coming from.
The annoyance could be justified.
Then she's teaching you morals, and at the same time bringing back the culture to say this is the right way to do it. But the one that is trying to drag the club with children, wear jeans and all that, we see how some of them who use different colors on their face, like that. So I think those ones should, they are even people that we should do away with in our society in the first place. Because growing old is supposed to be something that you celebrate.
It's
a thing of joy, not you trying to deny the fact that you are no longer getting older and all that. So that's what.
All right. As we begin to wrap up, Omorogbe, what's your final analysis? Conflict management and resolution.
I think, like he said earlier on, if we can have this at the basic learning for children, they start learning this. It should continue through the secondary and then the tertiary span for any course you are doing. You must go through it.
So you think conflict management and resolution should be introduced at the fundamental
yes,
stage?
It will help solve a lot of issues we have. It will help us sort out many communal, many political, religious issues that come up. Because like he said, someone is greeting and is being misinterpreted. If there is this understanding from when you know how to sort it out, it wouldn't degenerate to anything harmful. So that will help us a lot.
Okay.
It will.
All right, teaching conflict management and resolution
yes,
from the
at
cradle.
all cadres.
From the cradle. From primary to the tertiary institution, children should know that there is a concept of conflict management and resolution. They should first seek management or resolution to conflict instead of going further to escalate it.
Yes.
All right, Ramsey, in your own final analysis.
Conflict definitely is part of society. People in living society are diverse opinion. There's bound to be conflict, but then we should learn to manage it, or as well resolve conflicts.
Yes.
People should embrace resolution and management of conflicts. People should know that it is not always a win all the time. It should be a win-win. There are room for you to
some, you lose some.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some. There are room for you to avoid. You can compromise.
Yes.
You can as well accommodate.
Collaborate.
Some diseases and things that don't have cure, you accommodate it, you manage it. So it just happens. That doesn't mean you are weak. It simply means you are more intelligent than the other party involved. To avoid conflict.
Thinking you are more, or trying to appear more intelligent than the other party involved, isn't it possible that that could also lead to conflict?
No, you are not trying to. It is what you are already doing.
All right.
And if the person says, wait, no, the person will know that this person is too mature for me to have issues with. Okay. Don't forget, conflicts always breed anger. And anger is just a letter different from danger. So if you resolve conflicts, then the anger will not come. And if the anger doesn't come, we're not going to be in a dangerous situation.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so very much for this amazing analysis. I want to say a big thank you to you for making today's episode so interesting, and I'm hoping that we're able to do this again same time, some other time. Well, it's been Flipside on Independent Television. It's been a very, very interesting conversation. I want to say a big thank you to every single one of you out there. My name is Harry Igbo-J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and learn to manage conflicts. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Yin will never hear like a nasty we a ti di agun ya ya so mo dion
oh my son my dear we say oh my dear oh we na bo here is that be a you
na do over
yes
you na do so mo
yes we say that man oh na bo here we say my dear is comment c'est papa
ça m'a topé Sama tope.
Wayagi makpome samane. Wayagi makpome samane. Wakume kwigwidejo. Wakume kwome samane.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I went to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Look, Caliban, what you know, no, we said, who paid you? Who paid you?
Baba.
Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lolote nete dirwe ya sewa mako. Awe huwe nini? Ejo wuki. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa ewa hangi wala. Isewa. Bawi kwa ba. Ojo wele. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Bawi kwa de wuna mwana no mase wilo kaji.
ITV, certainly the best.
Gloria,
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Good afternoon and thanks for joining us on ITV News at noon. I am Harry Aigboje. 30 governors of the All Progressives Congress APC, including Hope Uzodinma of Imo, Siminalayi Fubara of Rivers, and former Secretary to Oyo State Government, Sarafadeen Ali, were among aspirants cleared for the primaries of the party ahead of the 2027 elections. Confirming the development yesterday, party sources said that a flood of petitions is stalling ahead of the 2027 elections. Sources said the flood of petitions is stalling releasing of the released screening report. As part of activities to meet the timelines of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for the polls, the APC had announced that it will publish the names of cleared aspirants on May 13th. It was gathered that the party screened no fewer than 2,980 aspirants for one presidential slot, 28 governorship, 109 Senate, 306 House of Representatives, and 91 State Assembly positions. And now to Kwara State, where a High Court sitting in Ilorin has convicted and sentenced Prophet Ajiboye Olayinka to life imprisonment for having unlawful sexual intercourse with 3 minor congregants inside the mission house of a church in Ilorin, Kwara State, where the defendant was the general overseer. Prophet Olayinka was also sentenced to 14 years imprisonment for illegal abortions of several pregnancies of his victims. The defendant had faced an 8-count charge bordering on criminal conspiracy, unlawful sexual intercourse with minors, illegal abortion, and unlawful possession of firearms. It is the evidence of the victim that the defendant administered anointing oil on their private parts before having forceful sexual intercourse with them in the mission house, and that the defendant gave them the Bible to swear an oath of secrecy not to divulge the rape incident to anyone, or else he would kill them. The court described the defendant as a pedophile and philanderer whose conduct should be deprecated by all and sundry in the society. Justice Gegele further directed that a pump-action gun recovered from the defendant be forfeited to the federal government. Workers' Union of the West African Examinations Council in Nigeria on Wednesday commenced a 3-day nationwide protest over unresolved welfare issues and alleged unfair labor practices. The protest, organized by the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions, began at the WAEC National Office in Yaba, Lagos, as early as 8 a.m., with parallel actions held at regional and state offices nationwide. The action followed the expiration of a 7-day ultimatum issued by NASU national leadership to WAEC management over 9 key demands, including alleged irregular recruitment practices and poor staff welfare conditions. Speaking on the protest, the chairman of NASU WAEC, Mr. Kayode Ogunyade, said the action scheduled for 3 days was intended to compel management to return to negotiating table. He added that the action was also a warning signal to management over the growing frustrations of workers. Reacting, WAEC, through its head of public affairs, Moyoshola Adeshina, assured candidates, parents, school owners, and stakeholders that the ongoing WASI will not be disrupted. Former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosaka Igbenedion, has celebrated his 69th birthday in grand style in Benin City. The event attracted dignitaries, family members, political associates, and business leaders, including Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo, the Iyase of Benin, Chief Sam Igbe, and the celebrant's father, the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usawa Igbenedion. Pius Nsoro has details.
65, 68, 69!
The atmosphere at Ugbo residence of the former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Igbenedion, was filled with excitement as guests arrived for the celebration. Leading the dignitaries were the father of the celebrant and Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usawa Igbenedion, the Iyase of Benin, Chief Sam Igbe, alongside other prominent personalities. The celebrant, Chief Lucky Nosaka Igbenedion, personally received guests with warmth and appreciation. Tributes poured in for the former governor of Edo State, whom many described as a visionary leader, elder statesman, and one of the enduring pillars of modern Edo politics. The Esama of Benin and the Iyase of Benin offered prayers for the celebrant, while members of the Great Women Theatre Troupe entertained guests with cultural performances.
I'm overwhelmed. I'm grateful to God that my own son will come tonight while I'm alive, hale and healthy.
I'm enjoying it all. I hope all of them here now are enjoying the birthday.
Special prayers were also offered by the God's Generals Association, led by Bishop Efe Idahosa, who commended Chief Lucky Igbenedion's contributions to peace, unity, and national development.
Praise God, praise God, praise God, praise God, praise God, praise God.
Guests from different parts of Nigeria and beyond, including Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo, celebrated the former governor for his impact on the political and socio-economic development of Edo State. Many described Chief Lucky Igbenedion as a bridge builder whose leadership and service have positively influenced countless lives.
I wish him good health. I wish him more successes, many more glorious years.
Wish him well and celebrate his birthday. 69 is a lot of years, and given his pedigree, we thank God for his achievement.
Very strong-hearted, very focused. He goes on steadily and steadily and steadily in life. He's 69 today, and we came to rejoice with him.
The Lord will grant him good health to live life that he desires to live. Kindness that God has given to him, he will continue to go deeper and deeper.
He deserves all the good things God gives his own, and he's God's own creature. I wish him a very, very happy birthday.
The celebration took a lively turn as the celebrant and his brothers thrilled guests with heartwarming musical renditions, drawing applause from the gathering. The celebrant, Chief Lucky Igbenedion, his wife, Mrs. Eki Igbenedion, and other family members expressed gratitude to God for a successful birthday celebration.
I'm feeling younger by the day, feeling stronger, I believe more relaxed, more deliberate in my actions, and I give all the glory to God for good health.
A dependable husband, a very responsible father, and a loving grandfather.
Lucky Igbenedion is such a wonderful man, wonderful senior brother. He carries everybody along in his family. He's always there for each and every one of us. I pray that the Almighty God grant him good health and long life.
I wish him, a reward of everything that he has sown into people's lives around the world, not just in Nigeria. So I wish him joy, I wish him health, I wish him prosperity.
The event, marked by elegance, warmth, and goodwill, ended with guests offering prayers for continued good health, strength, and many more years of impactful service for the former Edo State Governor. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
2 weeks to Eid al-Kabir celebration, also known as the Feast of Sacrifice in Islam, prices of animals have relatively skyrocketed as traders expressed concern over low patronage. Correspondent Umar Mohammed filed this report from Kaduna State.
Eid al-Kabir is one of the two most significant Islamic holidays during which Muslims all over the world honor Prophet Ibrahim's willingness to sacrifice his son as an act of obedience to Allah's command. It takes place annually on the 10th day of Zulhijjah and is marked by acts of worship, charity, and the symbolic slaughtering of animals. Animals like ram, which attracts more rewards than sheep and goats, are permissible during sacrifice. Although bigger animals like cow and camels can also be slaughtered for sacrifice during Eid al-Kabir. However, such bigger animals, when used for sacrifice, attract lesser rewards. As Eid al-Kabir celebration is 2 weeks away, prices of rams in some markets are steadily increasing, causing panic among customers. Some customers comment.
Generally, things are very difficult compared to last year and the year before last year. I feel the price is a little bit higher.
Wannan muna gaya ma 'yan uwanmu 'yan kasuwa duk da an samu canjin yanayi a sauƙaƙa wa mutane.
Meanwhile, the chief of Zazzau Emirate Rams Market, known as Sarkin Turkin Zazzau, Abdurrahman Garba, attributed the hike in prices to transportation costs emanating from petroleum price hike, cost of feeds, among others.
I'm calling on the politicians, they should help. Please let them come and help to buy the rams.
In a related development, the Sarkin Turkin Zazzau, Abdurrahman Garba, commended a non-governmental organization for training his members across the 7 local government areas in feeds production and also erecting modern stalls at Zazzau Market. From Kaduna, Umar Mohammed, ITV News.
Over now to Anambra, where operatives of the State Police Command have arrested a driver and other suspects linked to the alleged kidnap and murder of Pentecostal Bishop Clarence Chinedu Okonkwo of End Reconciliation Ministry in Asaba, Delta State. The suspects were arrested in Onitsha while allegedly attempting to sell the late bishop's Toyota Prado SUV, which police recovered during the operation. In a statement, the police public relations officer SP Tochukwu Ikenga said investigations revealed that the bishop was allegedly kidnapped and killed in Ibusa, Delta State, before the suspects fled with his vehicle to Anambra State. Police say the bishop's driver and the domestic staff allegedly conspired with other accomplices to carry out the crime. The suspects were tracked and arrested in Oyi local government area following credible intelligence. Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Police, CP Ikioye Orutugo, has advised residents to properly profile domestic workers and drivers to improve security and prevent criminal activities. No fewer than 2 customs officers were killed in the Tuga community, Bagudu local government area of Kebbi State by gunmen suspected to be members of the Lakurawa sect. The incident, which occurred in the early hours of Wednesday, saw the officers attacked at their checkpoint in the community. A source who spoke said one of the victims, a senior officer, was burnt alive after the attacker set fire to the building where he was sleeping. The public relations officer of the Nigerian Customs Service, Kebbi State Command, Mustafa Mubarak, when contacted, said the command would issue a statement after obtaining full details of the incident. However, the spokesman for the Nigeria Police Force in Kebbi State, SP Bashir Usman, condemned the attack and said security agencies were working to apprehend the perpetrators. Meanwhile, residents of Anadi village in Suru local government area of the state recounted how they successfully repelled an attack by suspected Lakurawa terrorists and recovered cows stolen during the raid. And now to some business where the United States said it would ease its system of demanding bond payments from the visa applications or applicants for certain fans seeking to come for the World Cup. Under one of President Donald Trump's many initiatives to crack down on migration, the United States has begun asking people from 50 developing countries to hand over anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 for a U.S. visa, refundable once they return home. The State Department said it would waive the bonds for team members competing in World Cup matches in the United States, as well as for fans from competing countries who already have tickets and signed up for a priority system set up for visas. The Trump administration has also sharply expanded scrutiny for visitors from friendly Western countries, requiring them to provide access for the U.S. government to look through their social media postings. The World Cup, which kicks off June 11th, is being co-hosted by Canada, Mexico, and the United States. And now to the super exciting world of sports, where Nigeria's Falconets have been placed in Plot 2 for the draw of the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup. The draw ceremony will take place on Friday at the EC1 Cultural Center in Lodz, Poland. Also in Plot 2 are the USA, Colombia, Mexico, Canada, and New Zealand. The Falconets, who remain ever present in the history of the tournament, secured their place as one of Africa's 4 representatives for the 24-team competition over the weekend. Head coach Moses Aduku and team administrator Kelechi Omeke are expected to attend the draw ceremony. The tournament will be staged across 4 Polish cities of Lodz, Katowice, Sosnowiec, and Bielsko-Biała from September 5th to September 27th, 2026. And that does it on ITV News at noon. Many thanks for watching. I am Harry Igboje. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin, the strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC, Women in Conversation. This is where women sit together to discuss things that are happening amongst us, especially the women. Do we talk about men? Yes, we do sometimes, when it is very, very necessary, especially when we're talking about marriage, talking about DNA and all that. But this is a room for women where we discuss, where we'll laugh, where we'll chit-chat, as you might call it. Anyway, it's a new episode, new production, and I am saying Happy New Year to you viewers. It's been a while, so we say Happy New Year and thank God we made it to 2026. Anyways, like as usual, I don't do this alone. I have my pretty women, my guests, always here to analyze some of the topics that we'll be discussing today. And on my right, I have Princess Edith Madejemo, who is a household name. She is the CEO Golden Touch Collection. Edith.
Good morning, Happy New Year, and thanks for having me.
Happy New Year, and welcome as usual. And to my left, we have Ayo. The thing about Ayo, let me talk about Ayo before introducing her. I have been pursuing Ayo to join us on WIC because she has a lot to talk about. She has a lot to educate us on. But of course, Ayo is a very busy person. Thank God she made it through to us today. She is Ayo Ali Balogun. Ayo Ali Balogun is a management consultant. Ayo, thank you for joining us. Thank you for having me. You're so pretty. I told you behind the camera, I like your earrings, so I'm going to take it. Anyway, thank you for joining us again. And let's just go straight to today's discussion. Ladies, it's been a problem, mothers, especially these young mothers these days, they shy away from discussing the adult talks with their daughter. And so the question is, when is the right time to start the discussion with your daughter on adult talks? I know you understand what I mean when I say adult talks. Princess, let me start with you.
Oh. I'm actually on that table right now.
Wow.
And at times it gives me goosebumps when I'm talking about it. But the way do we have to talk about it? As an intentional parent, you just have to be open to some extent. I don't think there is a perfect time for it, in as much as you watch your child or your girl child growing from 7 years, you can start at least educating her about herself. Then thereafter, from 10 years, I think you can start introducing some talk to her. Especially, I have this topic I introduced to myself and my daughter, mom and daughter night. We used to do it every Friday or Saturday night. At times, once or twice in a month, we do it. And that is the time we talk.
How old is your daughter, if I might ask?
She's almost 10. She's 9, going to 10. So we have mom and daughter nights, and at times, these nights are the nights we talk. At times, she will jot some things down about me that she wants to tell me. Yeah. Or about me, because I used to tell her, what do I do that you don't like? We parents, we can be somehow at times. So, and she will put it down. She's looking forward to that mother and daughter night that she'll tell me, Mommy, you used to do this and I don't like it. It makes me sad. As those points that she pointed out to me that makes her sad, I have to look into it. At times give her excuse. Then that is the time I have to talk to her about this adult talk. It's never too late when you start from 8, because you don't know where they go. You can't be with them all through. They go to church, they go to children party, you may be there. They go to school, you may be there with them at that children party, but you won't be playing with them. Maybe you just sit at the corner where the parents sit, and they will mingle with their friends. They go to school. You don't know what the other parents are teaching their children. And some of these things come from school. Do you understand? So I would say from 8 years, because from 8 years, an 8-year-old girl child should understand what you are talking about. We're able to get the message. You understand? So I would say from 8 years, you start telling them their body, and how to associate with the opposite sex.
Okay. Thank you, Princess. Now, Princess had said from 8 years, but some mothers will tell you 8 years child, is a baby. I'm still, bathing for her and all that. I don't want to start talking to her about the adult talk at 8 years. Do you agree with her, or what exact time do you think is the right time for one to start discussing adult talk with the children? Let me remind you that some children, like you said, at 8 years are fully blown with everything. Everything. When I mean everything, yeah. I have seen a lot of things. So when do you think is the right time to start talking?
So personally, I think much earlier.
Okay. Earlier than 7?
Earlier than 7. And I must mention this. I don't know if you remember this lady, Auntie Jessica Obioma. She used to be there. And she told me many years ago and said, have you educated your daughter on her body and private? My daughter was 4 years at that time.
Wow.
I thought, strange. She said, no.
She's a child, because you still have some children wearing Pampers at 4.
Right. So I remember visiting her and she said, no, you tell her, here, if anybody touch you, no. Because abuse, someone who, who is looking for a prey would not leave children under 8. As long as a child begins to, the cognitive, develops and the child can assimilate, you understand, you begin to, in the language that the child would understand, you get. Even when they're playing, nobody touch you here, don't, like that. Break it beat by beat. You'd be surprised that by age 8, like you said, a lot of children, I know when I was much younger, a girl had started her monthly period at the age of 8.
Wow.
So you can imagine such a girl. Of course, she has womanly body and everything. Now, what do you think would happen if that child hadn't been well groomed?
Okay, that's it.
You understand? Now you also have some children are very adventurous. They're curious. There's so many things online today that they see and they want to explore. You see young children, I query a lot of the Nigerian movies where, they're very explicit when it comes to trying to describe adult scenes. And I think the Census Board should look into that. I think it's just too much for me. So I think the earlier, as soon as a child can recognize and assimilate, 8, 2, 3, nobody touch you here, okay? Anybody touch you there, you tell mommy. Because it starts a predator starts to groom a child. I say, if you tell your mommy, I'll beat you. If I tell your mommy, I kill you. I'll kill your mommy. You understand? So you want to start building the confidence of that child as early as possible. And I love what you do, Princess, with your daughter, the mother and daughter. I wish, I had
talk. Yeah.
The mom. Yes, I wish I knew that when my child was that age. But I think that's brilliant, and I'm going to propagate it. It's brilliant, and I love the fact that you are encouraging her to pen down her thoughts about your actions.
You. Yeah.
I remember once my daughter said to me, I was like, tell me, and she was like, no, I don't want to tell you, because if I tell you now, when you're angry, you will say it.
Oh shit! I know how you feel that.
I know.
And it never left me. It never left me.
Okay, so let's come to that. What did you think you did wrong that made her to, get to that extent of saying, if I tell you this, the day you're angry, you bring it up to use it against me? Where did you go wrong in this?
So, with parenthood, nobody has a manual. So you come up, and then life has a way of, forming you. And you, the kind of person you are, determines. So this is me, who is a go-getter. And then my daughter, at that time, was a very quiet introvert. You could hardly hear her. So, I become very exasperated. I told her.
Because you're not acting like me.
Like me.
Why are you this quiet?
And guess what?
Yes, firebrand now.
firebrand.
She was just forming. She was just yeah. She was
No, well, that's language forming. No, I don't think she was forming. She was watching you.
Yeah, no. So
that was her forming stage. Her forming stage.
Molding.
Yes, was molding. That's what I mean by that.
Yes.
See, it comes in. Sorry, darling.
Yes.
It comes in different way. Like your daughter said, if I tell you what you do now, if I tell you what's happening, you use it against me.
Yes.
I just imagine how you feel. It has happened to me actually. My own was smacking. So like you did something, I'll smack you. So there was something happened in school and she didn't tell me. I get to know, I think the third day or the other day, and I queried her. She said, I said, you told me everything. Because I made it a point of duty that when I come to pick her, right from the car, we're already discussing.
How did the day go?
Even if I'm on call, once I drop that call, start telling me, start talking. Don't wait for me to ask you. We started it when she was a little. So start telling me what, the things I couldn't enjoy when I was growing. I want my daughter to enjoy it. I learned, I enroll in all these different platforms, just to learn how to be a better mother, a better parent. I do. So I ask, I say, once I drop my phone, anything you think you should tell me, start talking. Don't wait for me anymore to start asking you. So I got to know 3 days after, and I asked her, why didn't you tell me? She was mute. For some time, I was like, am I talking to you? She said, yes. Did you hear what I said? She said, yes. I said, why didn't you tell me? And she said, if I tell you, you will smack me. You know, that's just as you said, it got to my brain like, so this girl can keep secret from me because I will smack her.
So how did you correct that?
Oh, so whenever she tells me things that would have make me smack her, I will not smack her. I will just hold on and correct her. That part, you know, I would have beat you. I don't want to beat you, so you can keep telling me.
Okay.
Are you getting me? So because of after that scenario, such a thing never happened.
Ayo, I have had a young lady who came to meet me and said to me, I like the relationship you have with your daughter. I have just one daughter. I have the relationship you have with your daughter, but I do not have that relationship with my daughter. My daughter was actually very grown at the time she was talking to me about it, but her daughter was about 7 or 9, so she doesn't have that relationship that her daughter prefers to go talk to her dad. And then most times when her daughter wants to use her undies or, you know, zipper, she goes meet her dad. Daddy, do my zipper for me. Where do you think that mother went wrong for the daughter to have stayed away from her and rather talk with the father?
All right, so a lot of women, you know, query, oh, my children prefer the father, or that this.
I don't say anything wrong.
I don't say anything wrong with that. And I think, you know, the father also has a right to enjoy special bond
with the
daughter and with the son. So you know, we can't tell. Even as adults, we don't choose who to love or who we fall in love with romantically. And now when it comes to bonding, you know, there's this special thing that it just happens. I don't think the mother went wrong, and I don't think she should beat herself over it. She should leverage on the father and daughter relationship to get, you know, her own space, which is, you know, complements that relationship. Encourage the relationship, and the girl will begin to trust her enough to say, oh, mommy's chill with this, and bring her in. I want to have her as the third man in that relationship instead of trying to, you know, form her own and by breaking it. I don't think so. I think the father has a right to have a special bond with his daughter, and I don't think the mother went wrong. And she should just leverage on the special father and daughter relationship, which I love, you know, and promote it, encourage them, and they would naturally drag her along. I think.
Fantastic. They would naturally drag her. I just hope she's listening, because she was very worried. She came and then she was complaining, my daughter doesn't have this bond you have with your daughter. But I built that bond with my daughter.
It's not a one-day thing.
It wasn't a one-day thing. Absolutely. Just like she said, I started this mother-daughter talk. I made her to know that she has to tell me everything. She's free to discuss anything with me. And then we became very close, you know. In fact, Don't worry. You
Up
see the
till
two of
now.
us, you think we're friends. Yeah, she's very grown now. Anyway, let's go on a short break. We will be right back to continue this discussion. It's WIC. Welcome back. It's WIC, Women in Conversation, and we're still here. I still have Edith in the house, and then Ayo Ali Balogun is still here. We were talking about the right time to discuss adult issues with your girl child. But anyway, everybody here has said their own how to handle it and how to go about it. I just hope you viewers out there listened and learned from these two women here. So we're going to be moving on, still on the girl child. Yes, a lot of people will say it's a boy child, not a child. The boy child is also molested, okay? It's not just the girl child, but it is very common with the girl child. We have seen very recently where we see 11-year-old girls being pregnant. We see the pictures and videos everywhere, and it's beginning to become a thing of concern, so that is why I chose for us to discuss this today. A boy child is also very, very molested, just like a female child. But let's move on to the girl child. Still on the girl child, dating. When is the right time for a girl child to start dating?
Right. Sorry. So before I go into that, permit me, I'm also very passionate about the boy child.
Mm-hmm.
The boy child, any child, male or female, is vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Very, very.
And must be educated. Mm-hmm. You have, boys child sodomized by older caregivers or people around, or also explored to adults things by the older female caregiver.
True.
So it is important, whether you have a girl child or boy child, to educate them on how to keep their private. So back on track.
Thank you for that. So back on track. When do you think is the right time for a girl child to start dating? We are concentrating on the girl child today.
Right.
We could bring in the boy child later on, but for the girl child, when is the right time for a girl child to start dating? Romantically.
Now, so when you say dating, I found that in recent times that, I think our generation would say dating is, immediately you're kissing, you're going to bed and all of that. But apparently, when you say dating, it's just you're going out for drinks, you're going out for movies. Then from the dating stage, you have the talking stage, and then so there are different stages according to the millennials and the Gen Zs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now, for the girl child, any child, especially female, who is smart enough to get into the adult space, that is the university, is open to and susceptible to things like that. Now, you can imagine a girl child, so this child goes to university at the age of 16 or 17. I think there was a law. I don't know if they reversed it now that the girl, you can't get into university in Nigeria until you're 7 age.
Yeah. That law just started last year, sometimes last year.
3 years ago.
Was it 2 3 years ago?
Yes, I think yes, maybe to 2024 or early 2025. Yeah. So, but if a girl child is old enough to get into university, smart enough to get into university, and finds a guy that she finds, to be honest, all of us at some point when we were in secondary school had crush on one person or the other. Sure. But in the university, you can encourage, because most, and from experience, I'll tell you that it's actually better for them to begin to have an open mind about having, healthy relationship, not amorous relationship with opposite sex, not that early. So when we say dating, are we talking about just going on, my friend is visiting me and the works? Yeah, I think 8, 16, as long as you're in the university, I'm cool with that. But even if you're in the secondary school and, they do the dating, but they won't call it dating, they call it hangout. So we need to define clearly what we mean by dating.
And that is why I said dating romantically, not the hangouts. It's not even hangouts. We hear children say, I'm going for a sleepover in my friend's house.
Oh.
Yes, a sleepover. So we're going to be touching the sleepover thing because I have a friend that has a particular issue about her daughter going for a sleepover. She also came to report that case to me. But let's go to you, Edith. Let's talk about the dating before we go to the sleepover.
To me, I won't say there's a particular age frame for dating. But like she rightly said, when a girl child is smart enough to be in the university, I think she's open for anything that comes to dating. Because in the university, you have mixed people, you have people, you have people that you crush on, that crush on you. And I think at that stage, you can express yourself. And another guy also is bold enough to express themselves, unlike when they were in the secondary school. At this stage, they are very expressional, and you are open for that. Then you should prepare your child, your daughter, ahead of this stage. Although they should also prepare their mind ahead of it that, okay, now you, my daughter, you are going to the university. Mind you, are going to come across Peter, you're going to come across some men that will admire you. Admiring you doesn't mean they want to take you to bed. You can associate. You can date anybody, but not the romantic part of it. You understand?
Yes.
Not going to bed. Then while dating, communication, like you said, stage by stage, communication, going out for lunch, for dinner, at times you party. It's an agreement. From the beginning of that dating, you spell out what you want. You understand? We want to just be friends. I love you and I like you. Let's be friends until I get to 20.
Don't you think that word love is heavy for just being friends? I mean,
No. It can't be heavy. You can love somebody and still respect that person's opinion.
No, but that's actually what love is. Love is respect.
So I love you and I want to date you. You can accept to date the person. I'm not going to bed. I'm not romantically entangled.
And that's where...
Are you getting it? Then you can be there for each other. You can have lunch together. You can go to party together. And you can still remain clean. Until the time that appointed time that you said, okay, you can just reach an agreement like, I want to be 20. I want to get to 21. I want to do it when I'm a graduate.
Okay. We'll come to that. Yes, let's go to you.
It brings us back to those adult education you've been giving your child.
Thank you.
So it's cumulative. Now you now see how successful you can measure your performance by how your girl child responds to all of this. Now she has a freedom. Has she all of a sudden forgotten all the education you have given her over the years? And that is where you also don't sit back or rest on your oars as a mother. You still go on, Let the girl child be open to, exploring.
But you know that in this Gen Z age, they are actually very different, okay? Back when they get to school, all the children are coming from different homes, different upbringings, different background. What you told your daughter is not what I probably would have told my daughter. Do you know there's some parents, there's some mothers who would say, if you meet a senator, that will spoil you. Go ahead to do that.
Oh, you have parents that can encourage their children to do all sorts.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So how do you maintain that that's good upbringing, that's good conversation you have had with your daughter before going to the uni? How do you continue to maintain that so she doesn't get to be lured by a child coming from a different background?
Constant talking. I would say, like she said, you don't relax. Like you've done your part, and the rest is left for her to decide. You still keep talking. Keep still talking, and once in a while, talk to her, call her. You can bump into her. I like to do that once in a while. Just go to school unannounced, and you know where your child is. Like all the teaching all along, she has to put them to practice. If you have been teaching her from the age of 9, 10, and now she's free. There are some children that are free. When they see freedom, it look as if you'll be caging them. They'll just go haywire. But there are some children, even when they have that freedom, they will still be able to maintain that, character that they brought from the house. Like, okay, this is what my mom said I shouldn't do. I shouldn't be found in this company. I shouldn't be found in this company. But mind you, evil communication corrupts good manners. It does happen. It does.
So that's what I'm
there
saying. How do you curb that?
Even when you divvy all the home training, all the training that you think you should give your child or your daughter, when they go out there, they do something else. Some children are actually two-faced. I'm sorry to say. Some children are two-faced. They come home, they are very innocent. They are very innocent. They are very decent. They are very calm and reserved. If you see them out there, if you have a picture of how your daughter behaved out there, you will be able to.
Let's take it from Edith saying some children are two-faced. How do you identify a child that is two-faced?
So, by and large, all of these things, the adult talks you have with your child, it's not just the adult talks you have with your child. You have other talks too. What is your value as a woman? Are you able to communicate your value as a woman to your husband, to your daughter, to your son? What is the value as a family? These are the things that you have to build over time. This family should be known to be a family of peace and integrity, accountability. It's not a function of somebody knocks and, who is that? Tell them that I'm not in the house. Tell them I'm not in the house. It's the landlord has come to Your child will learn not just by what you say, but by what you do. So when they now have the freedom, because over the years you have exemplified true leadership, the type of leadership that you would want to see in your child. Parents get asked, would you want your child to act the way you have acted in certain situations?
Okay.
They keep mute.
They keep mute. So it borders on values.
Okay. We are going to be rounding off this episode. Just 1 minute, one word, not 1 minute, one word to mothers out there.
Train up a child in a way that he will grow. That when he grows, he will not depart from it.
Ayo.
As a mother, and as a caregiver, love. And be free to express love. Let I love you not be a once in a while thing. You may not have the opportunity tomorrow to say I love you.
Wow. We've come to the end of this episode. Actually, Edith said train up a child properly. Let me, brief it there. And Ayo says love. Learn how to love and let the love not be a one-day thing. Continuously, that's what he wants there. Keep telling your daughter, I love you. Even your boy child, I love you at every minute. Anyway, it's been an amazing time out with these women. Thank you so much, Edith, for coming. And thank you, Ayo, for being here today. And it is a wrap here from us here on WIC. We'll see you next time.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Black masquerade popular among the people of Imo and River states. This masquerade is referred to in Igbo land as Okorocha or Achiku Orji black societies. This black masquerade is popularly prominent in Imo and River State regions, functioning as both spiritual entities and active enforcers of community norms. This masquerade is considered as the spirit of the dead, representing the ancestors and the living, offering guidance, protection, and judgments. This masquerade acts as the people's police, enforcing and applying during festivals, ceremonies, and in cases, enforcing rules by marking property or punishing wrongdoers. The Black Masquerade engineers the modern community, bringing joy, wipe away sorrow as the people enjoy brotherhood throughout the masquerade dance. The masquerade performance remembered the community of love and shared of friendship that is embedded in the society.
Just come up from him. Come up from him.
It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Owa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon and welcome to the live studios of Independent Television. I must assure you that this week's edition of your favorite current affairs program, 60 Minutes Nigeria, will be dissecting a topic that will surely be of interest to you and to the general public. My name is Egosa Agbola. It's a delight to have you on the program today, and the topic for today is governance, politicking, and welfare of Nigerians in focus. That's what we are looking at. And I have very distinguished personalities who are already in the studio to join me dissect this very, very important topic. It's very crucial because of importance to Nigerians. Nigerians are interested in their welfare as much as they support the political governance and everything that is happening. They are interested in their welfare. So I have with me in the studio Dr. Royal Ayemere. Is a clergyman, he is an entrepreneur, he is a man that is a leader of youths and congregations, a very well-traveled analyst on the program today. Dr. Royal Ayemere, nice to have you on the program.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, viewers.
Okay. We also have with us a very, very distinguished academics. He is also a clergyman, Reverend Dr. Maxwell Osagie. He is an associate professor of cybersecurity, University of Benin, and a very renowned analyst. Nice to have you with us today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sir.
You are welcome.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me give you the background to our discussion today. Governance in Nigeria is expected to focus on improving the lives of citizens through policies that guarantee security, economic stability, infrastructure, quality healthcare, and education. However, political activities and power struggles often dominate the national space, leaving many Nigerians concerned about whether governance is receiving the attention it deserves. As the country gradually moves towards another election cycle, political alignments, endorsements, and campaigns have begun to intensify across party lines. While politicking is a legitimate part of democracy, many citizens believe it should not overshadow the responsibility of leaders to address pressing socioeconomic challenges facing the people, the rising cost of living, unemployment, insecurity, and inadequate public services continue to affect millions of Nigerians. In this situation, citizens expect leaders at all levels to prioritize policies that directly improve welfare and create opportunities for sustainable development. Analysts say good governance is measured not by political rhetoric, but by tangible impact on the lives of the people. They stress that democratic leadership must balance political interests with effective service delivery and accountability. For many Nigerians, the expectation remains clear. Leadership should go beyond political calculations and focus on building a nation where citizens can live with dignity, security, and economic hope. That's the background to our discussion. And we're going to start with Associate Professor Dr. Maxwell Osagie. Looking at the topic for today. Now, it appears that politicians are more interested in politicking, allowing that to overshadow the welfare of Nigerians. What's your opening remarks to this topic?
Thank you for the question, and thank you, viewers. You can actually not separate two of them because it takes politicking for governance to happen.
Okay.
So in all dimensions, when across the world, it's bound to happen because you are talking to people, trying to sell yourself to people, trying to see how you can navigate yourself between 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 persons who peradventure have the capacity to deliver you in terms of staying there to ensure the dividend of governance.
Okay.
So we can actually not separate it, but you know, the problem I have is that in Nigeria we try to lose focus in some critical areas. Losing focus in the sense that there is nothing bad if you have to politic, nothing bad in it, but let it be said, or let it come to the understanding, or let it be at the forefront that you were voted into office for 4 years.
Okay.
It is also expected from the day you enter office, the politicking actually starts.
Okay.
So it's not just electioneering time or electioneering processes, because from the day you enter office, you have to start doing those politicking in such a way that will allow you to have a free way of delivering on the promises you give to the people. So, but be that as it may, in a country like this where people tend to now divide the politicking to become like 90% politicking, 10% governor, that's where we have problem.
Okay.
I think we should look at it from this angle, that vis-a-vis, let governors be 60, let the politicking be 40%.
Okay. Okay, we'll just get the thoughts of Dr. Royal Yumere. He's also an educationist. I didn't mention that. Looking at this topic, what's your opening remarks?
Thank you. You know, governance is primarily for the security and the welfare of its citizens. Politicking is actually the process through which people emerge to become candidates or flag bearers of their political parties.
Okay.
Then for me, once somebody is elected into office, I think politicking should stop, governance should start, because the major challenge we're having in this country is that we politicize almost everything. And that alone is affecting governance. Because once somebody is elected as a governor or the president of a nation, he is not just a party man at that point. He has become the leader of the nation. And being the leader of the nation, he's both the leader of everybody. All political parties, everybody in Nigeria, he is the leader of the country. At that point, he owes everyone good governance, whether opposition party or those in his party. So that's not the time to begin to politicize. It's a time to hit the ground running, because people do not elect political office holders to run politics. They elect them for good governance. And once good governance is not seen, second term is being threatened. So for me, I think the season we are in now is a season where Nigerians should wake up. We are not here to say who to vote for, but at least from what we have seen so far, Nigerians have the right to decide. If the current president has done well, he deserves a second term. But if he has not done well, there are other platforms, other candidates that people can look elsewhere. So that is it.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. But something kept disturbing my thoughts, and that's the clip that you're about to watch. And I'll start with Dr. Maxwell. Now, we've seen that even in Edo State, the governor of Edo State, distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, most times we just go inspect projects, inspect infrastructure. The last one he did, he talked about Edo State being turned to a modern state and all of that. Now, if inspection by the #1 citizen, by the governor, is really, really required, as against allowing those who are working under him, commissioners or whatever, or permanent secretaries, to do the inspection. Now, why is the President Tinubu, not seen doing inspection of projects? I have not seen President Tinubu inspecting even the coastal road project in Lagos. I have not seen the president inspecting the houses being built for judges in the FCT, but rather I saw Wike. Now, looking at this vis-a-vis, do you think this is appropriate, or do you think this is a sign of good governance when the governor has to inspect and the president is not inspecting?
No, not really. I think it's a dysfunctional society where you have to say, let the president or the governor go and inspect.
Thank you.
On a normal ground, the reason why you have people,
Commissioner,
and the reason why those people were employed to do the job is that reason. No, it's a dysfunctional. How many times have you heard that Trump went to
Iran?
No, I'm talking about it. Some states in America.
Yeah.
Maybe he left Washington. You say, oh, he left Washington to Dallas to go and inspect what is happening there and everything.
Or New York.
Or in New York, etc., etc. I follow international policy very well. I hardly see where this movement are called. If you have people who actually are sincere with their call, I was telling my wife yesterday, I said, this country is beyond just the president.
That's right.
This country is beyond just the governor. Because there is no amount of how good you will be as president or how good you will be as governor. By the time the followers that you have, they are dubious, you can do nothing.
That's right.
So that's the problem we are in this country. It's not just the governor. Did you not hear how a serving minister, how much? Billions.
Is it the power minister that will be sentenced to 75 years imprisonment?
That's a follower. That's someone who was appointed in trust.
To take charge of the power sector.
Take charge of the power sector. Rather than use the money for the power sector, you were living large. So it's not really just all about, yes, it's good if the governor has time, if the president has time. Of it true, these people, they don't really have time to even get 2, 3, 4 hours to solve 1 or 2 things. It's demanding. A lot of things are on the table. But if you see where governor still has to make a move and say, let me inspect myself and everything, it talks about good governance as well. It's just a kind of an added layer, not really a norm that it must be, or constitutional that the governor must go there. But when you have people who actually knows what they are doing and everything, the governor don't need to really go there. The feeler will come from the people who stays or who lives in that area that this work is up and running.
Okay, let me get the thought of Dr. Royal. You know, yes.
Thank you. You see, like what I said a moment ago, when we politicize everything, you see things like this. Yeah.
Okay. Are you saying that the governor is doing this inspection as a way of also gaining popularity?
Let me submit my thought.
Okay.
The truth is, you know, most of the appointees are not actually direct from the governor. People bring them. They want to settle some fathers. And when these people come on board, it's just like boys. So somehow, the governor, it may be that he doesn't trust them to deliver a good job or to give good reports. So he wants to go himself and inspect it, because at the end of the day, Edo people will not hold the commissioners responsible. They hold the governor responsible. I'm sure that's one of the major reasons why you see what he's doing, because of this too much politics. If, as the constitutional right that he has to appoint people, he does that by himself without politics coming in, I'm very sure the governor will be in his office. He will put loyalist people who will give him report, who will deliver exactly what he wants. And because these people just come, in fact, some of them may be people that he has never seen all his life, who are commissioners, who are special advisors, and the rest of that. He may not even know them. So for him to deliver on his promises to Edo people, he's on the street to inspect the project himself. Let him get first-hand information. That's the reason.
Okay.
Which normally ought not to be.
Yes. Because in Abuja, we see Wike, the FCT minister. Okay, it's also replicating what the governors are, some governors are doing. But we're not seeing the president inspecting, but rather to inaugurate. Sometimes invited to inaugurate after completion.
Yeah.
Okay. But looking at what is happening, both at the federal, state level, do you think that the people are really enjoying good governance, Dr. Maso?
In fairness, I'm someone that is very objective in things. I'm highly objective.
Okay.
You cannot take it away from this president on certain decisions he has taken.
Okay.
You cannot take it away from him. We saw how one or two persons he has also brought on board. We saw how the Minister of Minister of Finance came in.
Yeah.
Now, he saw the work that the man did in tax reform. And first of all, appointed him as Minister of Finance for State. And a few weeks after, he declared him as the Minister of
full-time
Minister of Finance. And I can bet you, since that man assumed office, there's really, I don't want to preempt.
Yes.
I don't want to preempt. But I've taken time to look at from when he took over Dante now. Has there been an outcry like that the way it was with Edu, the former minister?
Okay.
I've really not seen like that.
There seems to be some kind of relief.
A kind of managerial prowess is being put into a display. So, but be that as it may, your question as raised, it goes beyond just the way we look at it. But if we must move forward, let me just, because there's something I will say later, if we must move forward in all ramification and everything, I think we should just understand that let's be objective in terms of policies that the president has made.
Yes.
Yes, in terms of the economic aspect of it, our greatest problem was that there was no actual plan. Because if you interview all the president, the aspirants at 2023, everybody said they will remove subsidy. Everybody said they will remove subsidy.
But don't you think removal of subsidy has led us to
yes,
where we are
led
now?
us. Definitely, he led us. He led us to where we are at the moment. It's not funny. Before the subsidy removal, when we leave our houses, you drive around the town and everything, maybe 5,000.
Yes.
But today, when you leave your house, you are sure that you spend 30,000.
Seriously.
It's a serious
40,000 before you get home.
Yeah.
A friend of mine came from abroad. Two of them came from abroad.
Yes.
For the past 2 weeks, I think we were able to, they've been calling me, I've not really had chance for we to meet. So yesterday we met. And the first question they were asking me, how are you surviving this country? But it's not funny for them and everything.
And they came with funny currency.
So they said, we just drive around at the end of the day, you just said that this one. So in terms of the economy, that's where we have problem. I think the APC government failed in terms of planning. Let's be realistic. But in terms of policies that they have taken, there are some of all these policies that align with the statutory step that the World Bank actually recommended. So in terms of, okay, before now we have currency in diverse form. You go and buy, if you have connection, you buy dollar from CBN, you are selling to all of us. And the money you use in buying is not the money you use to settle. But today everybody buy currency, buy dollar at the same rate. That's a wonderful policy. Okay. But in terms of allowing people not to suffer more is one part that I'm not okay with. And this APC government is very good at comparing Nigeria with countries that are not doing well. When you ask them questions, we say, oh, Pakistan. When you ask them questions, you say, why not say Germany?
Yes.
Why not say Switzerland? Why not compare us with the countries that are doing well, Singapore? Why do you always say, oh, insecurity is common, is like that in Afghanistan? No, I think I'm someone that always want to compare myself with something that is good. So, but we have this APC government constantly saying that, oh, Nigeria, this, that. I think we should leave all this blame game. Because the 16 years they were crying about over PDP is we're almost there. We're almost there. Nothing has changed. Rather, the economy has gone worse. As we speak, 159 trillion naira that we are owing. 159 trillion naira. Nigeria is owing 159 trillion, which means far beyond our budget for the year. So, and the presidency have said they will use half of the budget to service loan. So why would the country not suffer? If you have 60, 70 trillion budget, as you have said, you said 30 trillion is going for servicing the debt. It means definitely the economy will continue to suffer. In all ramifications, some of the policies that the president has taken, they are good policy. But in terms of planning the negative effect of that policy not to happen, I think that's where they don't have think tank.
Thank you. Dr. Roya, do you think Nigerians are enjoying good governance, both federal, state level? You can pick any state if you like.
I think if I direct the question to you, you are in Nigeria.
I'm the anchor.
Are you enjoying this economy? Because as it is, when you ask, it's as if you are not living here.
I'm living here.
We are all here.
I went to car wash and I discovered that in short, the car wash boys were just idle. They don't have cars to wash.
All of us are watching our cars now. I wash my car myself.
As it is, the economy is not funny, sir. It's not. One of my pastors was to travel to Abuja. He just told me he wants to go to Abuja. There's something he needed to do in Abuja. Yes. He told me that, I asked him, have you booked your flight ticket? He said, no. He doesn't have money for flight ticket. I said, you don't mean it yet. How much is the transport? He told me. I said, check flight ticket. Let's see how much. He told me the difference. I sent him that amount. It's better for me to give him that money than to be praying.
You're right.
For him to have Johnny Message.
Yes, than to be praying for him to arrive safely. While he's traveling, I'll be calling up, where have you gotten to, and the rest of that. So that is the country we are in now. Nigeria is bleeding on a daily basis. Insecurity, you can't say anything about that now. If you talk about prices of commodities, we just read them on paper, on news. Inflation has gone down, this one, that, the other. But the reality is biting. It's biting. Do you know how many people call on a daily basis? I have not eaten for 3 days. I have not had food to eat for 3 days.
And they are not fasting.
They are not fasting. People are breaking fasting with fasting. So it's not something that we should take lightly. Because there's another that says a hungry man is an angry man. And I'm very sure hunger contributed to that insecurity.
No, that's the basic thing.
Hunger contributed so much to it. The economy is not friendly. I used to fill my tank 6,000. In the past administration, I fill that tank now with about 70,000. It's not friendly.
And it's not for traveling, just for you to drive
Yeah,
within the city.
so I think in fact, one of the APC leaders during Goodluck Jonathan's tenure, he said that all this economic improvement on paper is not what Nigerians need. Nigerians need real economic value that they can feel. I think now that they are there, they should do that. I expect what you used to campaign should be something your watchword that you stand on to deliver good governance. The economy is not friendly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roya. We'll come back to you. This is 60 Minutes Nigeria. We are looking at governance, we're looking at politicking, we're looking at the welfare of citizens. And we will talk more because the other areas we need to talk about security and all other areas. But that will be after this brief break.
ITV, certainly the best.
Okay, nice to have you back on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egusa Bolao. I have with me Dr. Roya Imere, still with us in the studio, and of course, Dr. Maxwell Osaige, an associate professor of cybersecurity, still with us in the studio. We have been talking about the issue of governance and, of course, politicking, because so many Nigerians now are talking about 2027. In Edo State, what we hear now in the news is endorsement. So-so person has been endorsed. So-so person has been endorsed. They're just talking about politicking ahead of 2027. But Nigerians are saying we also need good governance. The interests, the welfare of the people must be paramount. Well, Dr. Maxwell, now, we see a lot of politicking ahead of 2027. Yeah. The governor of Edo State has already promised that he's going to deliver votes. He's going to deliver votes to bring in the incumbent president.
Say it well, 2.5 million votes. Say it well.
So, we've also seen, what is happening in other states. We've seen the City Boys. We've seen a lot, a lot of groups just jet towards bringing back Asiwaju Tinubu, the president of Nigeria. Now, do you think politicking has overshadowed welfare of Nigerians?
No, of a truth, let's dissect this matter.
Okay.
In as much as I want to admit the fact that the governor is doing well
in Edo State,
okay. To a very large extent and everything, but when government tells you that there is no money in their cover, don't believe them. See, Nigerians don't believe any governor or any local government chairman or any president that say there is no money, because at the end of the day you are hearing billions, which one person consume within the period he stays in the office, maybe just 2 years or 4 years or 3 years.
Maybe there was allocation,
no money,
and no money.
So where do you see for a project to that?
So that's part of what we are saying. So are you getting it? So, but the end product of what we are looking at is this: the governor of Edo State. Now, Edo State in general, statistically speaking, I think we have a population of 5 million plus. And by the last record, the registered voters in Edo State is 2.6 something. 2,600,000 and something. And the governor said, I will give the president 2.5 million vote. Because I follow voting pattern in Edo State. There is no vote that we have not gotten 1 million votes.
But this is a new governor. You can see the projects that the governor is doing.
See, these are
probably is doing this to win the heart of the people.
Which win the heart of the people. See, the greatest issue that we have in this whole process is playing politics beyond the statutory order. Let's play politics with sense of reason. Let's play politics with the people in mind. Not playing politics or in the name of praise singer. What the governor is just doing is, I can classify him as a praise singer of the president. If I am the president and the governor is telling me that in a registered vote, in a state where you have registered voter 2.6, and the governor is saying I will give you 2.5 million, that's a praise singer. I wouldn't believe anything that is coming out from him. Let's call it spade a spade. I think the governor, yes, indeed, is he working? Is working. But when it comes to politics, he should play politics with sense, with more better reasoning and more oriented approach from human perspective, not really taking this thing beyond measure. See, there is no, this election that we are going to conduct, pray. Egosa, when we come back here, pray that we will even get 500. So all we need to be doing now.
Why did you say that? Are you saying people are not disoriented or they are not happy? Or
what kind of enthusiasm do you want from people more than the one they display in 2023? What happened? The only way you can make people come out to vote is when they know that when they come out to vote, their vote count. Did vote count in 2023? Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. Okay, did vote count?
We'll come back to you.
So Dr. Thank you.
Let's get the comments of Dr. Roya. Yeah, what's your own comments on that?
Yes, politicking going on. I think politicians and political godfathers should be mindful of the people they endorse. Why? Because endorsement does not actually translate to electoral victory. If you endorse a candidate that is not popular, just know that your party have lost. Because in this dispensation, Nigerians have moved beyond party politics to personality politics. You could see that the moment somebody left ADC, the popularity of
mention ADC, his name, when Peter Obi and
Kwankwaso left ADC.
Yes.
You could see that the popularity of ADC dropped.
But we had a guest last week Thursday who said no, that though they left, ADC is still strong.
Politicians are very optimistic. They will never tell you they are losing, even when they know the reality, because they are on air. They will never say the other side of the story. For me as a person, I don't really know NDC until Peter Obi moved. It was his movement that made me know that there's a party called NDC. So Nigerians have moved beyond endorsing this, endorsing that. In fact, the last election, like Doctor said, especially in Edo State, should serve as a hallmark, as a testament that when the people are convinced, if you endorse the wrong person, you are on your own. Because we saw where people who were not known, the current Edo South Senator, Neda Imaswe, nobody knew him. But because he aligned with Peter Obi, he won that election. We saw people from Labour Party who were just winning election like that people didn't know because of the popularity of Peter Obi. Nigerians have moved beyond party politics. It's now personality politics. People that have track record, people that have integrity, people who will carry the people's interests at heart, not those who will enter office and they begin to think of themselves and their family members alone. No.
Thank you. Okay, I did mention that we talked about security, and that is a clip that you're about to watch. We've seen the FCT command of Nigerian police, retraining its personnel, accurate shooting, avoiding accidental discharge, and all of that. We don't want to hear things like that again. Now, looking at security, Dr. Maxwell, do you think, both at the federal level, even at those states, do you think government is getting it right?
See, issue of security in Nigeria. So if we want to discuss Nigeria first, in 2 weeks we will still be in this studio. So let's see, because at the end of the day, we will be in this studio, we'll be dissecting, and we will not. SARS. We thought after SARS, a lot of reform will come into bear.
That's right.
People will start to see a well-positioned officers and everything. Has anything changed from the Nigeria police force? Is it just by training people on accurate shooting? See, it's like, I'm sorry to say, it's like we are cursed.
I don't want to agree with that.
No, that's why I say it's like we are cursed. So
our leaders just need to do things right.
The fact is this. The fact is this. What differentiates human being from animal is rules. Rules. By the time you remove rules and regulations away from proceedings of human, we are not different from animal. And I constantly ask myself, what is our problem as Nigerians or as Africa? Why can't we just play by the rules? Why can't we just play by the regulations? What is this issue of my brother is there so I can do anyhow? Now, Nigeria police force is not something that I'm proud of. Because the very day I will see Nigerians talking to police officer without somebody just cracking gun and shooting someone like what you saw in Delta State. And again, by the time I start seeing Nigeria police force, at the end of the day, not collecting money on the road from bus driver, etc., etc. If you see a bus driver that doesn't have document, go and do the document. No, you collecting money and you allow. See, all this, yes, is it good to make sure this is what we call retraining and retraining? Yeah. Every establishment does retraining, and one of Believe TV does retraining for their staff and everything. That a lot. We go for conferences, workshop for us to be reminded of area of our strength and our capacity. But be that as it may, it's beyond this. It's beyond this. I think there is a value degrading issue that is associated with our force, and it's coming from politicians. So there has to be a total overhauling of how we do things and how we intend to ensure, because these are the people that enforces the rules and laws. Now, the people who are enforcing the rules and laws that are to guide us are actually the people that are far from the rules and the laws. So how will you expect insecurity not to increase when over time we've seen on the media a police officer being the one giving ammunitions to evildoers, or a military person?
So that's the bad eggs, and they are kicked out and prosecuted.
So it has to do with the process. The process of recruitment has to be looked into, because these agencies are the agencies that, see, you cannot take them away from our lives, whether you like it or not. If a police strike for one day, this country will turn upside down.
You're correct.
Are we together? If they strike for one day, it will turn upside down.
Don't go on strike.
So we need to beg them. We need to constantly beg the people who are saddled with the responsibility of ensuring that our lives are secure. So let's leave this politicking aspect of it. Let's focus. Most of the killings that have happened in the north, there are people who are manning that place. Security personnel who are manning that place. You will now hear that they said they received a call that they should leave there. It was after they left there, then you saw attack and everything.
We are not able to
yeah, we cannot verify. We cannot verify. But these are all information on social media, information on printed media. But be that as it may, I think the security personnel are so dear to us. When we say security, we need them to survive. So if they cannot put their house in order, I bet you all of us are in trouble.
Royal. Now, insecurity, you mentioned it earlier, but don't you think, just like the FCT command, retrained its personnel, don't you think all state commands should begin to do that? Federal government should invest more into training our personnel and empowering our security personnel.
Thank you. I totally agree with you.
Okay.
Let me also add to what he said, but from the other side.
Okay.
From another angle, because you cannot give somebody authority and not give the person liberty. If you give somebody authority without giving the person liberty, the person will still not function.
Okay.
Our security system has a problem. Not the people.
Okay.
The system has a problem. He just said something when we started. He said, even if the president is good, the governor is good, and you have a lot of bad people around him, he will still not make headway. Our system, our security system, is politicized. You see where they use politics to appoint who should be this, who should be that. At that point, the interest of that person in that office is not about Nigeria, it's who appointed him. He wants to do the interest of the person who put him there, because he knows that person still have the capacity to retain him there. I've said it here countless times.
Yeah.
You see, go to our police stations in the evening. You will see them, no light.
No electricity.
My God. Go and check. Check the healers that you see that they parade. We bought healers for them. After 6 months, go and look for those healers. How do you expect a man saddled with the responsibility to protect lives and property being handicapped? How do you expect him? Is it not this country that if a serving officer dies, that's the end? The family is forgotten.
No, they normally give some kind of incentive.
It's on paper.
We've captured ceremonies where they give checks, to serving police officers, to families of police officers who died in line of duty.
5 million, 3 million in this regime. What will it buy if you pay your rent in 3 years? 5 million is off.
So that is it. So the system, our government, see, our security system, though I'm not speaking for them, is underfunded.
So you are speaking for them. He's underfunded.
He's underfunded.
Heavily underfunded.
Seriously underfunded. You can't tell people to go and fight a bandit Boko Haram who have serious sophisticated weapon, and they are carrying
and they buy them from black market.
My God. There you see, who will risk his life? Who will risk his life? Our security system is underfunded. So it's a systemic thing. In fact, the budget for our security architecture should be monitored. How the money is being spent.
Okay.
If in fact policemen, they get uniform for themselves, they get boot for themselves. Everything is like the moment they just
some now they are well kitted. Even in Benin City,
they get there by themselves. Go and find out. They get there by themselves. They are underfunded. So you can't expect a man to give what he doesn't have. How can you send somebody go and do this? Yet there's no equipment to carry out that function. They're underfunded. What we see is that they are doing their best based on what they have. I've been to certain countries.
Yeah.
The intelligence of our police officers is top notch. I mean it. Top notch. If you hear them talk, if you you really meet them, they are top notch. You can't compare our police officers to South Africa police. You can't compare them. I mean it, for real. But the problem is that they are downfunded. If a man is highly intellectual but he's handicapped, what can he do?
Thank you very much, Dr. Royal. While we conclude the program, Dr. Maxwell, the way forward, looking at what we have discussed so far, governance, politicking, and welfare of Nigerians, the way forward.
Yeah. First of all, let me take Edo State as a case study. Part of the politicking is the fight you are seeing between Izeyamo, Ugbede-Yama.
Okay, those South.
Yeah, those South.
Senatorial tickets.
I've said to myself, may God help Izeyamo. But him, by this time, he failed to clinch that ticket. Let it just know that maybe his destiny is not tied to political office. I mean, in terms of elective offices. So, but the man has done well to a large extent. I'm not here campaigning for him. I'm not a political person. I'm not. So, but the man, the serving governor, we knew what the man did for him in ensuring that he comes into position. We all are students.
But we should allow the people make their choice.
It's consensus they are doing. It's not the people. See, the APC that smuggled consensus into the agreement, they knew what they did. As we speak, go to APC screening. There is no other presidential candidate. No other person but form. So leave those things. So what are we saying? I think trust is very key in this regard. If I've trusted you to help you in one way or the other, I think you should still trust me to also make sure that, okay, my own part is also fulfilled.
Well, what if there are agreements? What if there are agreements before that issue of the new trust emerge?
So you are right. So that's why I believe in agreement.
So what you are saying, Dr. Mazen, sorry I have to exaggerate. You are saying the focus in Edo State ahead of 2027 is Edo South senatorial ticket.
It is. At the moment, it's the hottest. In the north, definitely you cannot debate that with Oshomole.
Yes.
The people will want him to go back. In the Edo Central, Okpebolo will decide that he's the one that came from there, so definitely he will decide. But in here, Edo South politics is somehow. There is no really. One thing I've noticed in Edo South is that there is no one dominant person, a figure that everybody look up to. So it's like all of us are masters in Edo South. So it's difficult. So, but let's see how it plays out and everything. But the end product of what I'm saying, moving forward in terms of all these things, is you cannot separate politicking away from politics. They are twin brothers. Because even in the Western country, if you don't politic, you don't get what you want. When you hear that government is picking the service of a lobbyist to lobby their way into certain things, it's politicking. So from Trump down to the Russia president, Putin down to Zelensky, everything you see in the world is politics. Day by day, they politic. So, but the end product of it is that we shouldn't politic and forget the dividend of democracy.
Okay.
Certainly, if you pay for a contractor, pay the contractor. You are not the one doing the work. While you are politicking, let the contractor continue with his work.
Okay.
As we speak in Edo State, all the agencies, just because the governor just rely on the money coming from federation, most of all these internal generated agencies are really not doing anything. They are all sleeping. So it's still back to, we need to politic with having the human perspective to it. Because all these things, put them together, will give us the needed result.
Thank you very much. Dr. Roya, your concluding remarks?
Thank you. Let me say some things for what he said.
Okay.
He mentioned Edo North.
Okay.
Senator Adams Aliyu Oshomole, that people want him to return. It's because he has a track record. It's because when he had the opportunity to serve, he delivered good governance, both to his people and to Edo State. Ogbedeyama, he was once a House of Reps member. He did some things. I'm not a Kakari member of any political party. Pastor Osage Izeyamo was once SSG. So let their work speak. So these are track record that people should look at for to make their choices. The way forward, I think.
Before you continue, what you're saying is that whenever anybody has the opportunity to occupy any office or elective office, that person should know that it's just his or her time to ensure that he delivers good governance because of future.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. So in conclusion, I think our government should learn to separate governance from politics.
Okay.
Nigerians elected them, irrespective of party divide or party lines, to deliver the dividends of democracy. Because at the end of the day, Nigerians will not be voting for you because you did your party members well. They'll be voting for you because you delivered on the campaign promises that you made. For example, the current president, he said, if he cannot give us light, Nigerians should not vote him for second tenure. I watched that clip. And as I'm talking to you now, Nigerians are in darkness.
The Minister of Power is contesting in Oyo State now. The former minister that just resigned, darkness, contesting as governor.
So that is, election time like this, political time like this, Nigerians should be looking at scorecards of those who seek re-election. Because if, one of the greatest problems we have in this country is that we have powerful individuals and weak institutions. Because if the institutions are functional, all these things we are saying now, if INEC can be trusted to give us credible, free and fair elections, my brother, forget.
Thank you very much, Dr. Royal. I also want to thank Associate Professor, Cybersecurity University of Benin, Dr. Maxwell Sage. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And for our viewer, I hail you. I'm really impressed because we have those who are monitoring our program, watching this program. And once we allow phone calls, maybe we'll allow that next week by God's grace. Well, that's the program for this week. I hope you've enjoyed our discussion. It's geared towards catapulting Nigeria, catapulting Edo State to enviable heights. Every Nigerian deserves improved welfare. On that note, do have a wonderful weekend ahead. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Dear Mama, I sabi say to raise me no dey easy as you no get any support. But we try. Now only you I been get. And for my eye, you no go ever fit do me bad. Until the day when my life change forever.
You go follow my friend Carol, go Cameroon. She go take care of you like say you be happy king. I no fit take care of you again. Ivy!
Welcome, ma.
Ivy.
Ma.
Time don't reach make you begin work. Because you got pay back the 2 million naira where I don't spend for you.
Madam Carol comot hair from my armpits. Doc say she go use them to juju.
Mothers should not be moved by what they see or what they think they are saying or what they think they know. You know, it's not enough for you to just send your child abroad. You don't know what the child is going to do over there.
Madam Carol go dey write hotel address for me. Why go dey meet me when go sleep with me? One client carry me go club. Human being. Fear hold me. I run till I reach house. How many men we don't sleep with me will not be human being? Not their body carry me so. 3 years don't pass. And I don't pay Madam Carol at 2 million complete. But I need get your number, call you. To know I go take reach you for house. Poor mama, you no try at all. No single call from you. Mama, make I talk to you. To take the same house with you hard me. And why I come out? And my friend house I do right now. And I yet take no say I don't get belly. I no go do this thing when una dey do for our side to my
Kabah Concave mentorship program. I wasn't always available in school. I didn't get to learn so much in school, but